Hello, everyone. My name is François Noudelmann. I'm the director of La Maison Française of New York University. And it's a great pleasure to welcome Julia Kristeva to NYU. Good morning, Julia, or good afternoon. There are so many attendees from all over the world that we're following many clocks. It's a kind of horloge enchantée. I first want to thank the co-organizers of this event, Alice Jardine, professor at Harvard University, and Kelly Oliver, professor at Vanderbilt University. Thanks to all the participants, friends, and scholars gathered around Julia to comment on her work and her intellectual journey. On the occasion of two major publications, The Philosophy of Julia Kristeva, edited by Sara Beardsworth in the Library of Living Philosophers, and At the Risk of Thinking, an intellectual biography of Julia Kristeva by Alice Jardine at Bloomsbury Publishing. Thanks also to the team of La Maison Française and especially to Guillaume Parodi, who has been in contact with today's participants, but also with all those who will send a podcast later that will soon be edited on our YouTube channel. We didn't have enough time to accommodate everyone. There are already more than 20 participants today, and we are embarking on a marathon 4 hour with Kristeva. This morning, Kelly and Alice will talk about Kristeva's biography, autobiography, and fiction. Then we'll watch a movie, and this afternoon we'll comment on Julia Kristeva's philosophy, and then I'll have a conversation with Julia, and you'll be able to ask your questions through the Q&A at the bottom of your screen. Dear Julia, I feel like you have always been there with us, and yet you were often somewhere else, because in fact, you never stay in place. Perhaps because at the very beginning, you had to earn your place, and that was not easy for a foreigner arriving in a country as feudal as France. You have kept this way of being always on the move between different languages and knowledge, here and elsewhere, in Europe and in America, in literature and in philosophy, in the intimacy of psychoanalysis and in the public sphere. Most of the time, thinkers settle down, they camp in one place, they found a discipline, they create a concept, and they exploit it in all possible domains. But you, Julia, are constantly on the move. You founded Semanalysis. You were one of the most important semiologists in the 1970s, and then you went somewhere else, because you travel. I travel myself, you like to say. I enjoy very much this self-presentation that you propose. I quote, I try in my life and in my thinking to keep myself in this questioning, a project without a program, a state of permanent surprise in front of phenomena, discourses, sense and nonsense, which frees me from what has taken place, as well as from my previous judgments, and which incites me to a kind of overcoming. I live with this desire to get out of myself. So we follow you from near or far, but you are always there in the intellectual landscape, and you lead us on the fields of literature, love, melancholy, feminine genius, beheading, belief, vulnerability, and so on. So you make also us reread writers we thought we knew, Proust, Colette, and recently Dostoevsky. As Roland Barthes had seen very early on, I quote, you changed the place of things, you always destroyed the last préjugé, the one we thought we could reassure ourselves with and be proud of. What you displace is the déjà dit, already said, that is to say, the insignificance of the signified, that is to say, stupidity. What you subvert is authority, that of monological science, of filiation, end of quote. As Alice Jardine reminds us in her fascinating intellectual biography, At the Risk of Thinking, resistance to women who think is always present, whether it is Hannah Arendt, Simone de Beauvoir, or you. Even though you have received the most prestigious awards, the Holberg Prize, the Hannah Arendt Prize, among many others, crowning your immense work, we know that the philosophical milieu highlights men who are supposed to embody the phallic power of thought. But in the face of male resistance and in the face of ideological stupidity, you do not fight head on. I guess it's because as a psychoanalyst, you know very well the psychic content of intellectual fights. And you prefer to continue your journey without giving in to intellectual fashions. This leads you to be sometimes against the current or beside it, but never immobile. And this is what we are celebrating today with friends from the beginning and the younger ones. Among the longtime interlocutors, I remember Kelly Oliver, that was in the last century, who spread your thoughts among other friends, Ellen Vola, Robert Harvey, and Ed Casey in Stony Brook next door. And I'm happy to have them around you again, not for a tribute because you are still tremendously active and engaged, but to discuss all the new issues you address. With the book that has just been published, the enormous volume, the philosophy of Julia Kristeva, you enter a kind of philosophical pantheon after Dewey, Russell, Cassirer, Gadamer, Sartre, and Ricoeur. You are only the second woman to whom this 1,000-page volume is dedicated, which shows that there is still a lot of work to be done to shake up male domination in philosophy. And I would like to quote Sara Beardsworth in her introduction to the 36 essays on your work. She too insists on your perpetual movements. I quote, "The movements of Kristeva's thought yield a multifaceted work that extends from semiotics and the theory of literature to psychoanalytic theory and practice, a philosophy of affect and passion, a thinking on religion, novel writing, and an expanding public philosophy with far-reaching discussions on the maternal, public health, disability, and the place of fundamentalism in contemporary cultures." End of quote. So this outlines our program today and all the avenue we will pursue in dialogue with you. Thank you for being here, Julia, in New York University, and everywhere. Thanks to the webinar. I now turn to Kelly, Alice, and the panelists for an initial discussion about Julia Kristeva's life, biography, and fictions. Kelly?
Thank you. Welcome, everyone, and thank you so much, Francois. And I also want to especially thank Guillaume, who has done so much work behind the scenes at NYU, and everyone at NYU who's made this webinar possible. So thank you very much. And it's really a privilege for me to be part of this.
I need help.
Of thinking with Julia Kristeva. So I'm really looking forward to the conversation. And so we're going to start this morning, afternoon, evening, middle of the night, wherever you're joining us from. And we do have people from all over the world. And we're going to start with a discussion of Alice Jardine's intellectual biography of Julia Kristeva, At the Risk of Thinking. So what I'd like to do is first I will introduce Alice, and I want to ask Alice a couple of questions about what inspired her to write this, and then I will introduce each of the panelists asking some questions and introduce you individually and give you a chance to begin the answers, and then maybe we'll open up for a little more discussion. It's a little strange with the Zoom to introduce people, since I know you all out there are seeing many squares on your screen. So I'd like to give everyone an individual kind of introduction. So I'd start with Alice and this beautiful book, this tribute to Julia Kristeva, that gives us new insights into her life, but also into her work and the care that you have exhibited in this work, and really a labor of love, I would say, in your exploration of Kristeva's work and rereading all of Julia Kristeva, and this exploration really that I think challenges us to again think as a real fluid, as François said, thinking, to try to keep up, which is really impossible to keep up with Julia who and her thought. So Alice Jardine is a professor of Romance languages and literature and study of women, gender, and sexuality at Harvard University in Cambridge in the United States. Her first book, Gynesis: Configurations of Woman and Modernity, has become a foundational text in the study of French feminism. Was one of the very first and most important texts in the English-speaking world to introduce all kinds of French theory, but especially women, French women thinkers. And her most recent book is the subject of this first panel, At the Risk of Thinking, that just came out last year with Bloomsbury. So we'll start by asking Alice, what inspired you to write an intellectual biography of Julia Kristeva? And also I'm curious to know, what was the most surprising discovery you made while doing the research for this book?
Hey. Hi, everyone all over the world. Lovely to see you. I want to thank you, Kelly, for that introduction. I want to thank Julia and François and Guillaume for putting all this together. I want to thank all of you on this first panel for your attention to my book. I admire all of you so much. It's a real honor to be part of this. So to quickly answer Kelly's questions, if I can, what inspired me to write this biography, I guess I would want to evoke a sense of timeliness or urgency. My sense that I wanted to illuminate, I can't think of a better word, illuminate Julia's thought for a much broader audience, for a wide audience of non-specialists who are also thinking about the crises in the world that we're all thinking about, from climate to structural inequality to new forms of white supremacy to the crisis in the humanities, etc. So there are a lot of people worrying about these things, but they don't necessarily have what they need to be able to read all of Julia's work. So that was my goal. And also in the spirit of Sara Ahmed's sort of instruction to try to bring theory back to life in both senses, to bring it to life, but also back to life. And so that was the main thing that inspired me. Julia inspired me, of course, that goes without saying, as an intellectual. And my hope, as I go on and on about in the introduction to the book, that her practice might serve as inspiration for new models of the intellectual, which we desperately need in North America, at least. And I guess finally, I would say curiosity, just curiosity. How did she write all those books? Like, how did she do that? What went into making Julia Kristeva able to do that? So, and then I guess quickly, what was my most surprising discovery? So those of you who don't know the biography, it's in 3 parts. And the first part really addresses or tries to at least illuminate Julia's childhood and early adulthood in Bulgaria. The second part, which runs from 1965 to 1979, focuses on the early years in Paris. And then the third part is a kind of romp through 4 decades of adventure and intellect up until the present day. And the most surprising thing for me was what I learned writing the first part. I really didn't know much about Eastern Europe, let alone Bulgaria, before I started this project. And it was quite an adventure to really learn the details with the help of friends in Bulgaria, especially, really learn about that. And I was surprised by what I learned about how active Kristeva was as a young adult in Bulgaria, as a young intellectual, as I would proffer to say, a dissident, and as a journalist. And I learned that she wrote her first book at the age of 23 in Bulgarian. That was a surprise. So I could say much more, but I really want to hear others speak. So I'll turn it over to you, Kelly.
Thank you. Thanks, Alice. That's really interesting and fascinating. So we have a really exciting panel of scholars who have spent much of their careers engaging with the work of Julia Kristeva. So it's a privilege to be able to talk to all of them. And I would first like to ask, and I'll ask the question, and then I will introduce you individually and give you a chance to answer this first question. And then we may open it up a little bit more and make it more relaxed. But I want to start with the question similar to what I asked Alice, and that is, what did you find the most surprising aspect of At the Risk of Thinking? And what did you learn from this book? And I ask that because I know that all of you know Kristeva's work so well. So I'm really curious to know what surprised you and what was in this book that you didn't know about Julia Kristeva's work, or maybe a new take on Julia's work that you hadn't really thought of. And so why don't we start with Noelle McAfee? And Noelle is a professor of philosophy, psychiatry, and behavioral sciences at Emory University in Atlanta in the United States in Georgia. And she's also the director of Emory's Psychoanalytic Studies program. She has written a lot on Julia Kristeva. She's the author of 5 books, including one of the most recent that is an award-winning book, Fear of Breakdown, Politics and Psychoanalysis. So Noelle, reading Alice's intellectual biography of Julia Kristeva, what did you find the most surprising, or what did you learn from this book?
So thank you all so much. I'm honored and a little nervous, actually. I don't get nervous anymore, but this makes me a little nervous to be in your company, and honored. And thank you, Julia, so much for everything. So I knew a little bit about this before. In Sweden, I asked Julia, I said, who was your analyst? And she told me Ilse Baron with great joy, and said it was in her book. And so I think reading this, Alice's wonderful intellectual biography, helped me see that in addition to the axis that I've always been interested in, between the micropolitics to the macropolitics back and forth, there's another axis, and that is the pre-Oedipal maternal axis. And it is appropriately something that comes out of a great debt, I think. And so I love seeing the lineage, the pre-Oedipal lineage that goes back to Andre Green and his influence in Winnicott. So we have a kind of trajectory of object relations theory into France via, and what Julia's doing so much is really drawing that out and exploring it deeply and richly. So there's that. There's also the personal relationships and indebtedness from her own analyst. What really surprised me was that her analyst, her mother, had lost her mother. Her mother was taken during the Nazi occupation and disappeared and never came back. And Julia's own relationship with her parents. That's all these relationships for all of us are full of so many debts and regrets. And I was really, really moved, I have to say. I was really moved by that when 2012, when Julia gave a talk and her analyst was there, and some of the longing and regrets that I think just comes through in being alive. And so I just see that it's so important to our work, and really, I'm not going to go on too long, in the work on syndromes of ideality, that we cannot begin to understand that without understanding the pre-Oedipal, maternal, Kleinian kind of schizoid politics, that we're never going to address our problems together, as Julia's whole body of work shows, unless we understand those deep maternal longings, roots, and anxieties. So thank you so much. You can tell I'm a little shaken up, a little moved by all this. So again, thank you. That's what surprised me most.
Thank you, Noelle. And that, yes, it's so important to think about really the situation of the world today and the violence in the world today, and just the extreme situation we all find ourselves in, and what Kristeva's work can help us to work through that. Just so important. So I would like to next go to Maria Margaroni, who is Associate Professor in Literary Theory and Feminist Thought at the University of Cyprus. And she has written also a lot on Julia Kristeva articles, and she's also co-written the book, Julia Kristeva, Live Theory, with John Lechte, who's also joining us here today. And she's edited many books and special issues of journals, and a lot of her work has also revolved around thinking about and engaging with Julia's work. So Maria, what did you find the most surprising about this intellectual biography, or maybe something you learned that you hadn't thought about before? And you should unmute. You need to unmute. Thanks.
Just to say that I too feel very honored to have been invited here. And it was a pleasure to read Alice's book, and I'm very glad I'll be able to share some of my thoughts about this wonderful book. I guess, like Alice, one of the most precious things I've learned, having read the book, is the makings of the intellectual in her country, the actual political details in Eastern Europe, in Bulgaria, the difficulty of thought. I mean, thought has been one of my own concerns in my reading and rereading Kristeva. I've always thought this was the core of all her work, this return to thought, this reclaiming of thought. And I now understand where it's coming from, because when she was growing up in Bulgaria, being committed, having to commit to thinking was difficult. It was dangerous. It was a matter of life and death. So I think this opened up things for me. It made me understand the risks of thinking in ways that I could not, I think for myself in the context of my own country, of my own experiences, if you like. But there are a number of other things that that the biography offered me, and I think this was the chance to think about what it means to read a biography in the first place. I mean, what kind of knowledge do we seek when we read a biography, an intellectual biography, especially if you like post-Barth, you know, the death of the author, why do we go back to the biography? Is it necessary? Is it relevant? There's a time when, there's a moment when Alice talks about the need for this concrete anchor, which she wants to offer to people who are not very familiar with Kristeva. And she feels that this might be helpful to get them into the work. and I thought that this was indeed quite appropriate to think about what it means to go back to the biography, back to life. I was very interested, Alice, that you said that you wanted to bring theory back to life. And at the same time, of course, you're bringing life back to theory. So what does it mean? What does it mean to think about life, to connect the life to the who? And again, the biography made me go back to the trilogy, the Female Genius trilogy, and think about, obviously, this is, you've said it yourself, this is a kind of a fourth volume focusing on Julia Kristeva herself. And it made me think of the fact, I think Julia Kristeva in her volume on Colette, the last chapter, she says that we cannot know the who, the ego alone cannot know the who can be known only by others, through the narratives of others. And I think this justifies the use of biography, the return to biography, because it is through this narrative that we can finally understand, get in touch with the who, the doer behind the deeds, the significant deeds that we are discussing today. So I guess I'll stop here for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria. So next, let's go to John Lechte. You collaborated with John on your book on Julia Kristeva. John Lechte is Emeritus Professor in Sociology at Macquarie University in Sydney, Australia, where it is the middle of the night now, I think. So John, thank you so much for joining us. He's published a lot of essays and books, many of them engaging with Julia Kristeva's work. And he also was one of the first interlocutors with Kristeva's work and the first to publish and introduce Kristeva's work to the English-speaking language. So I feel indebted also to John for that. And his most recent book is The Human Bare Life and Ways of Life. And John, I would just like to invite you to tell us what surprised you about Alice's book, At the Risk of Thinking, or what perhaps you learned reading this intellectual biography of someone you've spent so much of your career also engaging with. And you'll have to unmute first. Thank you.
Bonjour, Julia. Bonjour, tout le monde. Welcome, everybody. And thank you for inviting me to speak on this occasion, which I feel very privileged to do. If you're asking me what surprised me about the biography, to be absolutely honest, it was Julia in Assisi, where the crowd said, Benito Julia, Benito Julia. And I think that was a really foundation moment for me, because it made me be aware of the degree to which secularism and belief are not necessarily two things that are absolutely opposed to each other, but also require interaction. So to be an atheist is a more complex mode of being in the world than maybe I would have given credit for. And so I am very interested in the whole concept of the need to believe that Julia has developed in her theoretical work. The other thing that really was important for me is the way that Alice was able to integrate her life, if you like, with Julia from a very early stage, looking after son David, for example. That really was a moving moment for me, and it made me recognize the issue of how one goes about deriving a narrative of the bios, the narrative of the bios. To what extent does the narrative of the bios actually get into the most profound aspects of a person's life? And I think that one of the key moments also of this biography, which other people have also recognized, is that at the beginning, Alice says that she quotes Julia as saying that Julia Kristeva doesn't know who Julia Kristeva really is, which opens up the whole question of what does it mean to write a biography. Obviously, if we don't know who Julia Kristeva is, it's leads us to the idea that a biography is an open-ended enterprise. It is not closed in upon itself necessarily, that there's always more to say. And there's always more to say with regard to a narrative of history. And I thought very much
your mic is off, John.
Sorry, very sorry. The whole idea of the notion of narrative and history, memory and history, memory and action, the very important notion of word and deed in the polis and so forth. All these things came flooding in when I read the biography, and may not necessarily strike others in the same way, because it is a biography that is opening up Julia's work for a wider audience, and I do very much appreciate that. And in that respect, it was very interesting to see the way that Alice's own experience was brought to bear in her relationship with Julia, going to Ile de Ré, for example, and seeing Julia go for a swim, which was very interesting. And so there was the personal element, which I'm not sure that Hannah Arendt would have necessarily thought was the most important aspect of a biography. For Hannah Arendt, one would think you have to escape from the oikos to some extent, to escape from the domestic sphere, escape from those modes of living which are purely there for the maintenance of physical being. And one then has to move into the polis, where more heroic sorts of activity would take place. I was thinking about this sort of question when I was reading the book, and I think Alice has brought it out very, very clearly. I think that is probably the nitty-gritty of my reading of the book. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Thank you. Yeah, that reminds me that you're talking about Julia taking a swim. I love the pictures that show a kind of playful side to the pictures included in the biography. If you haven't seen the book, it's worth getting just for the pictures that are lovely and show a playfulness that really comes across in the book, which I love. So next I would like to go to Lauren Guilmette. Lauren is an assistant professor of philosophy at Elon University in North Carolina in the US. And her research areas include continental philosophy, affect theory, and feminist theory. And she also has devoted much time to thinking about engaging with Julia Kristeva and also with Alice's books. So Lauren, I'd like to ask you, what was the surprising aspect of this intellectual biography, or what was something that you learned from the book?
Thank you so much, Kelly. And I just want to begin by thanking Kelly so much for including me today and for including me in this conversation. I'm delighted and much like Noelle, a little nervous, but really excited. So I've learned so much from this biography, intellectual biography, not only about Julia Kristeva and her work, but about the form of feminist intellectual biography. And I've been thinking about this quite a bit. I've been thinking about this for about 10 years now in relation to Virginia Woolf's 1927 essay, The New Biography. And I've been thinking about what does it mean to write a feminist intellectual biography? And so it's interesting, Woolf writes this piece in 1927, and she has this quote from Sir Sidney Lee. And it's a quote where Sir Sidney Lee is talking about Virginia Woolf's own father, but she doesn't say that. And it's essentially, the quote is to say something like, if historically we have thought that biography would get at the truth of a life, what we are increasingly realizing is that the truth of a life is a combination of granite and rainbow, of facts and a certain kind of intangibility. And so I've been thinking about this, and I hear Jardine's intellectual biography as an answer to that call for a model, which is really important for my own work. So I've been thinking also for the last 10 years about what it means to do an intellectual biography of somebody who happened to consider Alice Jardine her closest friend, which is an interesting circularity. And I've been thinking a lot about what I can learn from Alice Jardine's book as a model of what I'm thinking about as an intergenerational ethic, an intergenerational model of feminist kinship. What do we preserve of previous generations, and what can we preserve that will enliven future generations? So part of what I think about here is, so my own academic career began in South Florida at Florida Atlantic University, where Teresa Brennan had started a PhD program for public intellectuals. And Alice Jardine was a visiting faculty member in that program, as was Kelly Oliver, as others may have been here. And I really loved this program when I first got to FAU. It excited me, it nourished my sense of what I thought academia could be. And so my own academic career begins with the remnants of this thing that the feminist theorist Teresa Brennan tried to create in Boca Raton, where I got my first job. And I was always so proud that Susan Buck-Morss wrote Hegel and Haiti there, which is something I knew through Alice Jardine's essay about Teresa Brennan. And so I've been thinking about this inheritance, right? What do we preserve of one another? What do we preserve of our feminist friends and mentors? And I think it's really important that Alice Jardine writes this biography as a friend. What would it mean? I mean, so often we have this idea of biography as something written neutrally or some kind of, I don't know, neutral set of facts. And I'm really interested in thinking about writing an intellectual biography in this way as a specifically feminist project, one from which I have so much to learn in my own work on Teresa Brennan. So I'm very grateful for that.
Thank you. Thanks, Lauren. That's lovely. Okay, next, let's go to Karen Mock, who is joining us from Paris, where it's evening. Karen teaches at Sciences Po in Paris, France. She also is the author of many books and articles and essays, and has engaged with Julia's work, has a very important essay also in the Philosophy of Julia Kristeva anthology that we'll be talking about later this afternoon. And in 2016, she received a fellowship from the France Stanford Center for Interdisciplinary Studies. So Karen, I would like to ask you the same question. What did you find most surprising about At the Risk of Thinking, or what did you learn? Or as others have addressed the question of the relationship between biography and scholarship, which is something, if we have time, we may go back around the circle and talk some more about. So Karen, what struck you and stood out about Alice's biography?
Thank you very much, Kelly and Alice and François and Julia, of course. I'm very much delighted to talk today and honored. What struck me the most, first of all, I received Alice's book from a friend that came back from New York City in February 2020, just before lockdowns would paralyze our lives. And I was very curious about discovering this book, of course, because I'm a former student, PhD student of Julia Kristeva, and I was very curious to see what can surprise me actually, what new facts or thoughts can I discover through Alice Jardine's book. And what surprised me very much is that it's Alice's right distance in this book. The fact that she wants to share facts and to share memories, profound memories, sometimes painful memories, sometimes memories related to childhood, related to illness, related to psychoanalysis and to the talking cure. And all those lead to one thing, is resistance. How can we resist? How can we revolt? How transformative are the forces of psychic life? And I think it's a very difficult task to do that, actually, to talk about Julia Kristeva's life as a woman, as a mother, as a thinker, and as a citizen. And I think it's very sensitive, something very sensitive about Alice's writing. And I enjoyed it very much. I think there is many things actually that surprised me, that I thought I understood, and that allowed me to deepen my understanding of Julia Kristeva as a person and as a thinker.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Karen. Thank you. Lovely. So the next panelist I would like to address is Miglena Nikolchina. And I think Miglena possibly understands the relationship between Julia Kristeva's life and her work maybe better than anyone else on this panel, because Miglena is professor at the Department of Theory and Literature at the University of Sofia, Bulgaria, and I think comes with a perspective that gives us a certain insight into what Julia Kristeva grew up with also in Sofia, Bulgaria. Miglena has also engaged very much in her own writing with Julia Kristeva's work, and she has published many articles and many books, and her publications include, for example, the books Matricide in Language and also Lost Unicorns of the Velvet Revolutions, which I love that title and look forward to reading myself. So Miglena, if you could unmute and address the same question that we've been talking about, what surprised you about Alice's biography of Julia Kristeva, and anything else you might want to say about the relationship between biography and scholarship, or in particular, the relationship between the life of Julia Kristeva and her writings.
Oh, thank you, Kelly, and thank you, everybody. I'm quite happy to be with you, in spite of what I may say a little bit later. What I'm going to say was in a way triggered by something that Alice said, by something that Maria said, and by something that Karen said. So there was this idea of the difficulty of thinking under conditions of tyranny. There was this idea of resistance. And I was surprised to hear the word timeliness in what Alice said, because I think it is hard to imagine a more untimely title than the title of Alice Jardine's biography of Kristeva. A timely title would, of course, have been something like How to Stay Safe by avoiding thinking, or by pretending to think, or whatever, by not thinking. Yet, as we know from one of Nietzsche's titles, thinking tends to be untimely. And this is precisely its risk and what is so difficult about it. As Hannah Arendt, one of Kristeva's heroines in her trilogy on the female genius, put it, and here I'll quote, "Unfortunately, and contrary to what is currently assumed about the proverbial ivory tower independence of thinkers," of course it was in her time, this ivory tower idea, "no other human capacity is so vulnerable as thinking. And it is in fact far easier to act under conditions of tyranny than it is to think." So this is Hannah Arendt. And Kristeva had an immediate experience, and here I come to this point which Maria made. She had an immediate experience of this vulnerability of the capacity to think, emigrating as she did from the then unfree country of Bulgaria to the then free country of France. The move allowed her a first-hand insight into a curious phenomenon at the time, in the 60s. What appeared to be an emancipatory horizon in France had become a despotic ploy in her country of origin, in my country. Or, and here I'll quote a Russian-Georgian philosopher, Mamardashvili, who would observe in a 1980s interview towards the end of the regime of the Cold War, he would observe in connection with Marx the following thing. He said, Marx created a fundamental methodology for removing the poison from the poisoned, socially determined and alienated consciousness. But later on, he fell prey, Marx fell prey, this is what Mamardashvili said, he fell prey to a poison of his own making. So there is, Mamardashvili implies a critical point when the antidote turns into poison. So the task and the greatest risk of thinking is to run ahead of this moment, to foresee, to provide the instruments for transforming it. This is what I think Kristeva succeeds in doing again and again and again throughout her work. And this is the motto I extract from Jardine's impressive biographical enterprise. It's really impressive with its hugeness, with its volume, with its richness, with its emotional empathy. And the lesson is stay clear of the lazy comforts of safety, which decompose thought into the building blocks of new forms of oppression. So as you can see, I think we live through a very dark time. We have lived through a whole year of worldwide accelerationist virtualization of all human activity. We've lived through a process which deprives people of their faces, constrains their physical togetherness, makes embodied traveling suspect, suffocates exchanges that cannot be done online, silences non-complying scientific and philosophical perspectives, busily fabricates new forms of stigma. So this forced virtualization has relegated 3 of our 5 senses, the so-called senses of proximity, of intimacy, to the category of dangerously contagious remnants. So to put it in Kristeva's terms, they have been abjected. We have been literally split between the 2 senses facilitated by technological connectivity, like right now, and the excremented residue of our humanity, as touch, smell, taste, but also art, festivity, a living exchange of emotion and thought, the Bakhtinian carnival. Julia began as a commentator, interpreter of Mikhail Bakhtin. The idea was the carnival of embodied materiality. This was his hope for renovation of our capacity to resist, to go back to the idea of resistance. And not to speak of our day-to-day experience of sociality. So all classical dictatorships pale against this background. And so it comes to pass that the subtraction of the human by the machine, and I was never against machines. I also teach video games. And I was always interested in the topic of the robot. I wrote a lot on robots and artificial creatures. But today we see how the subtraction of the human by the machine metamorphoses the human remainder into a zombie. So in popular imagination has known this for a long time. Kristeva, in a recent discussion of Dostoevsky's novel, The Gambler, was not far from envisioning the future of this impoverished humanity as a future of convicts, hopefully on a milder regime, but nevertheless convicts. however, she's always the optimist, and her wages on the human being as a player, as a gambler, and therefore a believer, going back to what John Lechte said about this focus, Kristeva's focus on belief. So she believes we will prevail, and I'm struggling to share her belief, but in a way it is embodied in this fantastic biography which Alice wrote. It's so full of life.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Miglena. Very powerful. Thank you for that. So the last, in this round, the last panelist is Emilia Angelova, who is an associate professor of philosophy, joining us from Concordia University in Montreal, Canada. She also has been an interlocutor with Kristeva's work, and she has recently edited 2 anthologies, one Hegel, Freedom and History, and the second forthcoming, very exciting, Kristeva's Revolution in Poetic Language 50 years later. So Emilia, could you address, I guess, the same question? What surprised you most about Alice's intellectual biography of Julia Kristeva, At the Risk of Thinking? What did you learn from the book? And as others have been now talking about the relationship, general relationship between biography and scholarship, or in particular, relationship between Julia Kristeva's life and her writings. So, Emilia? You need to unmute too. Thank you. Yeah, you're still mute. There we go.
Thank you very much. There was a problem before as well. Thank you very much. I'm excited to be part of the panel. And I wanted to add, I do hold a BA degree in philosophy from Sofia University Klement Ohridsky. And it is moving to be part of the forum. I have attended seminars and conferences with Miglena Nikolchina. In 1994, I attended a couple of lectures by Professor Kristeva at the University of Toronto, the seminar on Proust, but I had to do my own PhD comprehensive exams at the time, and so I discontinued. I did write a review of Alice's book, which is now published in a symposium journal of the Canadian Society for Continental Philosophy. And I only have a few remarks to add. I will try to speak as a pedagogue a little bit. I think that the biography that Alice has achieved will be unsurpassed in the first place because it is a synthesis of life and work, as everyone has noted, but it is a synthesis of proportions that we're not used to. Alice has affection for Kristeva. She studied with Kristeva. She continues to write in mind with questions of theory and language as a theory professor in French and women's and gender studies. And she accompanied in 2014 Kristeva in her trip to Bulgaria. I think that the best achievement of the book is the crazy years, 1965, 1979, which with respect to how our students, and I mean philosophy students, continental philosophy teaching, how our students receive the lifetime work of Kristeva, which now is over 30 volumes and more. The synthesis that we understand from 1965, 1979, in fact, prepares us to give to our graduate students, and I include feminist theory as well as continental philosophy, to give to our graduate students an introduction, which is also to the theoretical works in Kristeva, and especially the magnum opus of 1974, Revolution in Poetic Language, I believe we now have the tools through Alice's apt synthesis of structuralism, post-structuralism, Foucault, and as well the Hegel waves, Hegel-Spinoza debates. Alice is preparing us, I think, to be able to teach revolution in poetic language in a graduate course, which is very difficult to do in philosophy. She's preparing us to do it also in mind with, to me, revolution in poetic language now could become the equivalent to Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. I know this may sound a little outmoded, but in fact, Alice does insist on we take from Hegel, we don't take from Marx. And the discussion up to now clearly spoke to that point. So what I believe we can teach from revolution in poetic language is a more expansive version of not simply ontically reading metaphysics and even meta-language, or even Lacanian psychoanalysis, but ontologically, politically inserting the problematics of expanding this symbolic to the social and expanding the semiotic from a Freudian version to a Melanie Klein, pre-Oedipal, then Oedipal, and teach a more radical sociality in Julia Kristeva through that work. I also appreciate that, as Alice Jardine puts it, by 1979, the capsule account of what will become Kristeva's lifetime work of a theory familiar to the English reader was essentially intact. I think this is very, very helpful in the sense that we are to find out of that capsule account also advice and warnings on how to deal with our prejudices when we're approaching Kristeva. And I especially appreciate on page 10 from the book, Alice gives us 6 theses on how not to read Kristeva and how it is that our prejudices really need to be, they're well cautioned in this account. She's taking an example out of Beauvoir's Prime of Life to introduce us to this. So I do believe that the big gift to the humanities, and especially, again, to philosophy students from Alice's book, is that it is now possible, I tried it with my graduate students, it is now possible to teach a very complicated, technically difficult revolution in poetic language, but which is very pertinent to social, political, historical changes about subjectivity, including about time, revolution, and revolt, all of that in the spirit of Arendt, in fact, because Kristeva from the very beginning works on expanding in an ontological direction her Hegel, and as well expanding in an ontological direction her Kant. The last works on Arendt, for example, on aesthetic judgment and the importance for political philosophy from Kristeva receive an input which says, without love, thinking alone cannot do much, or as well, without the intricacies and difficulties of psychic life, we cannot have a theory of language as we would. And so I do believe that Alice's book sheds light, illuminates, especially the first years, the revolutionary years, and these are very easy now to fall in together with the intimacy direction of politics of intimacy of revolt, including the thesis on new humanism from 2012 and new revolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Emilia. I think at this point, I will ask if any of the panelists have very specific short questions you would like to ask Alice after spending time with the biography, and then we can give Alice the last word in the last few minutes. So does anyone have a question? You could raise your virtual or your actual hand. And if you have a question you'd like to ask Alice. Yes, Noelle, please. You unmute first. Yeah.
So I know from our conversations, Alice, that I mean, it's difficult to write a biography of a friend. And what I began with the anecdote about Julia Kristeva giving a talk with her analyst in the room. I'm not gonna, it feels so personal. I don't even want to say it out loud. You know, how the kind of difficulty, the regret maybe of not talking about. I mean, so much of so much of what's powerful about this book is the way that one's own life and losses intersect with the theory. And so I'm wondering if you want to just say anything more about that, about the you know, the tension in bringing up the particulars, all the emotions of loss of loved ones, and I just give you that opportunity if you want to talk about that.
Thanks, Noelle. Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'll just say a couple of little things and then we can see, maybe people will think of other questions in the time that we have. So first of all, I want to say I am so humbled and honored. I'm almost speechless, which is rare for me. Those of you who know me well. I'm not someone who hesitates to speak. I think in part because so many of you have guided me through Kristeva's work, and in one case, in Miglena's case, has literally guided me through the streets of Sofia and all kinds of things I didn't understand. So it's a quite, as you might well imagine, quite odd experience to be sitting here as the recipient of so much attention and engagement. That said, I guess in order to kind of take up this question, I hope that Julia perceives from this group conversation that there is now an ideology, there is now a conversation, there is now a narrative of feminist and other, I want to say, a philosophy of risk-taking, of thinking that is whirling around your life's work in a way that is providing answers and questions for the future. And I knew that about you and your work. And so, Noelle, I wanted to try to communicate that liveliness, that sense that whatever you're going through in your own life, whatever your particular circumstances, whatever your engagement with philosophy, with theory, with fiction, etc., and with Julia's work, it's worth it to take the risk of trying to think that complexity. It is an emotional process because the stakes are very high. I don't know about you all, but I'm surrounded by people who are mostly reacting. Kelly and I were talking about this yesterday. People are mostly reacting. I don't have a lot of people around me, at least here in the northeast corner of North America, who are thinking in the way that, for example, Miglena brought up, in an untimely way. So yes, it's very emotional and it's very profound, and it's been a long journey because the stakes are so high, and because I'm trying to encourage people to take risk, which in the world we're living in is kind of uncanny thing to do. And I often had to stop myself, and then I'll stop. I often had to fight back. People would say, you're being too personal. You can't write a biography of somebody you know that well, who's a personal friend. That's not what biographies do, etc. And I was like, well, okay, fine. Then it's not. It's something different. And I try to articulate that in the introduction. I don't know if I answered your question, Noelle. Those are a few thoughts.
Any other questions from the panelists? John, please.
Alice, I was just wondering how you decided what material was going to be included as opposed to the material that was excluded. I believe there is an archive that we're all looking to at a later stage. And how did you work out what was going to be the sort of thing that you weren't going to touch upon, and how did you decide what you were going to include?
Well, John, the flippant answer would be word count. My editor at Bloomsbury was very clear about word count. And so I had to be very careful. But the more honest answer is my friend and colleague, Mari Ruti, who's a professor of critical theory at the University of Toronto, was my kind of partner in crime with this biography. And she and I engaged in, I would suspect, hundreds, if not thousands of hours of phone conversations about how to do this and stay true to its goal, which was, as I said, to open up, to illuminate, not to titillate or to provoke. Part of that archive that's not in the book is all of my long arguments with people who've written on Kristeva. And some of those arguments are quite ferocious. And Mari and I decided that had to be for another time. And then, of course, Julia herself, which I acknowledge in the introduction, puts a handful of limits on this particular first biography, because there'll be many more, I'm sure, that we would really focus on this complex work-life knot, and tell that story and try to unravel it a bit, but not get into private details, which somebody else can get into at some later date. But that was the only rule, I think, that Julia gave me. Otherwise, she was endlessly generous. And all of that, we sat for hours and hours and hours, and she told me her stories. And that was the kind of heart of what I was working with, were these conversations with Julia herself. And all of that is archived, of course, and going, I think, into the Pembroke Center feminist archives eventually, once Julia and I figured that all out. So there's a lot that's not in it. It was word count. It was Mari Ruti's excellent editing. And also, I suppose, just trying to keep my eye on the proverbial ball of opening up this work to others who might not be interested in the minute details of this or that, but wanting some kind of sense of, when Sara Ahmed talks about bringing theory back to life, I just found the quote. She said, what's important is to show how an embodied experience of power provides the basis of knowledge. So as one lives one's life and encounters various forms of power, that tends to also shape the possibility of knowledge, and eventually the shape of that knowledge. And that's what I kept trying to come back to. So
Alice, if I could ask, because in the biography, you just a brilliant engagement with Julia Kristeva's work, but you also take up the question of what is a biography. And I think that the book really makes important contributions to thinking about what does it mean to write a biography, and what is the relationship between one's life or the biography and one's writing or the work. And I wondered if you could speak to that a little bit more. I really loved also what Lauren's engagement here when she talked about feminist biography. I mean, is there something that makes a biography feminist? And I think that the question of the relationship between biography and the work is so relevant today when with cases like Woody Allen and so many, so many of these things are coming out where we have to question what is the status of the work now that we know something about the life. So it really is a very important contemporary question. So I wondered if we only have a few minutes left, but in the few minutes that we have left, I wonder if you might speak to that question.
Well, it's a little bit hard for me to do that. There may be others here who can see it better than I can. But I guess in a way, at least off the top of my head, I would come back to what Lauren brought up about what does it mean to really try to write a feminist biography that can be read in a large community where not everyone will necessarily self-define as a feminist, but where there is a sense that where you are able to communicate the fact that there is a cross-generational narrative here of voices that are important and deserve to be listened to, where questions of gender and sexuality and family and faith and all of these things that tend to get privatized are vitally important, especially as they are reprocessed in a way through theoretical discourse. Other folks also alluded to that. So, but to do that in a way, I mean, almost nobody thought that I should write a biography because I'm too, quote unquote, close. So I broke all those rules and just decided to own up to it in the introduction. And I'm not sure I have any rules or any prescriptions to make about how to do it. But I do think it's important. Increasingly to find ways to show those who are looking for tools with which to think that their own lives are not irrelevant to what they're thinking about, that it's okay, we can give it a name in academia, we can call it auto theory, we can call it whatever we want, but it's this idea that, that people's lives matter in their way of thinking about the world, and that, to echo Miglena, it's really, really important not to get lazy in that thinking and to remain untimely and to find ways to revolt, in Julia's language, which she has always done from the beginning and continues to do, and confuses me all the time. And I have to really step back and think, now, how is she thinking about that? Why is she thinking about that? So anyway.
Thank you. Well, we have run out of time for this session, but I would like to thank Alice for her remarks, for the wonderful book, and thank you to all of the panelists. And now I'm going to turn the session back to François so we can begin the next stage of the webinar.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Alice. Thank you to the participants. And Alice, well, your book is wonderful, and that was very convincing what you said about biography and life, of course, and philosophers and life, and also it's obvious that the fact that you are so close to Julia is an asset. It's much better to have your point of view on her thinking. So it's time now to listen to a conversation with Samuel Dock and David Uhrig on the autobiographical interviews with Julia Kristeva. Je me voyage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. This was really moving to listen to this large conversation and about Alice Jardine works and Sarah Beardsworth's collection of essays. And I'm a bit embarrassed because I'm going now to share my screen, and because I'm about to read a text as an introduction to this conversation I had with Samuel Dock. But it's not a way to hide between the screen. It's more a way to be prepared to share the document itself afterwards. For this wonderful collection of essays skillfully edited by Sarah Beardsworth, I focused on Les Samouraïs, an autobiographical fiction consisting of snapshots from Julia Kristeva's life. My article title was No Present Apart, which is, I think, something we all understand specifically today. Reading Les Samouraïs feels like witnessing the avid desires of the young Bulgarian student, Olga Morena, alias Julia Kristeva, as she arrives in Paris in the middle of the 1960s on a scholarship from the French government. A series of portraits emerges as she meets notable intellectual figures of the period, and these portraits become the avatars of her quest for emancipation, a goal shared in one way or another by an entire generation around the world. As quick as the samurai gesture, as trenchant as the swipe of his sword, the text subjects the most illustrious intellectual figures of the period, male figures, I should say, Jacques Lacan, Émile Benveniste, Jean-Paul Sartre, Maurice Blanchot, Claude Lévi-Strauss, Lucien Goldman, Roland Barthes, Gilles Deleuze, François Val, Michel Foucault, Jacques Derrida, Marcelin Plenève, Philippe Solers, among others, to the blade. Its first and perhaps most decisive blow is to slash the very name that carries his thinker's fame. In reducing these authors to a few fragments, disconnected from their popular image, the narration shreds rather than weaves the veil that too easily shrouds this period in disappointed hopes and defeated ideals. This process of detachment deprives their work of the relation of antecedents a father sustains with his child, as Roland Barthes puts it in The Death of the Author. It turns these iconic figures into orphans whose abandonment transform the abjectness of hope and the pathos of despair into the brief equilibrium of childhood. Is this not the best way for us, readers in this incredibly challenging 21st century, to approach this philosophical heritage? That is, shouldn't we measure today the distance they took in their writing between themselves and the liberation movements that took place throughout the world at the turn of the 1970s? That question is posed indirectly in a singular remark by Joëlle Cabarrus, alias Julia Kristeva, after she became a psychoanalyst, whose point of view dissenters that of the enthusiastic student. She says, revolution is a strike of the part of the inner consciousness. which is replaced by mass declaration, psychodrama, acting out, or, quite frankly, love, end of quote. The fall of the Berlin Wall, contemporary to the writing of Les Samouraïs, also seemed to promise a great movement of democratic reconciliation that would soon put an end to totalitarian regimes. But for those who, like Julia Kristeva, had been victims of administrative control in their own countries and remained so abroad, this was an illusion their own situation belied. Since then, a World Wide Web has captured individual resistance by producing a form of fascination that weakens the fundamental defenses of the psyche. Spectators lose the very resources that allow them to express even their simplest emotions. In the ideal distance of images, sensitivity remains without a name, and violence becomes unnameable. When people are exposed to words and images which are stripped of individual somatic sensitivities, and thus at the mercy of new reductive theories, it is literature's task to preserve the possibility of a meaningful discourse. Why? Because, as Roland Barthes rightly states, the very fragmentation of literature escapes the assimilative power of all social functioning. Coming back to Les Samouraïs, we now understand how the amorous Olga Morena's gaze rejoins the psychoanalyst Joël Cabarrus's point of view in the novel. The samurai, as seen as by both Kristevas, Olga and Joël, are ready to sacrifice anything except the sensitivity that animates them. I don't care if I am laughed at for writing about pain, says Joël Cabarrus. After all, psychoanalysis is a discourse on pain, arising out a romantic pathos and disciplined by analytical philosophy. Freud applies reason to pain and helps it transforming it into something else. Has Lauzun, alias Lacan in the novel, forgotten suffering in his eagerness to formulate it? End of quote. The actor, that is, broadly speaking, anyone involved in an action, is emancipated through the gesture of the narration, which seeks to turn ideality against itself. This staging is capable of dismantling the overvalued expectation of any social environment. Julia Kristeva detaches her characters from their ideality as models to make their posture as actors visible and to liberate them from the potentially inappropriate system of values they are stuck in. What distinguishes them, therefore, paradoxically lies in the ordinary blunders of their lives. Why compare these peccadillos to the work they may have done? It is precisely in order to confront the ideal figure, idolizing and or idolized, of the author with the irreducible biographical detail that fragments his or her authority. Stanley Cavell provides an excellent explanation of the doubling, using two central characters for a single autobiographical subject, around which Les Samouraïs is constructed. I quote, "If autobiographical experiments are philosophically pertinent, they must confront the critical with the clinical, which means distrust both as they stand. I mean, distrust their opposition. In other words, end of quote. In other words, what is too wrongly personal in literary fiction prevents us from judging the lives it relates, since our critical point of view is neutralized by the narrative distance. At the same time, a few biographical details, which might also seem too personal, makes us add something affective to the text. The interest of Les Samouraïs resides in this ability to be affected and or concerned by these few lives, in the face of which our critical judgment is temporarily suspended in an unpinnable present. As for psychoanalysis, though no one ever talks about it, Kristeva writes, you learn to inhabit your past so intensely that it isn't separated from your present body anymore, and every scrap of memory is transformed into a real hallucination, a direct perception here and now. What struck me in the conversation I had with Samuel Dock, which we are now about to watch, is how deeply personal our relationship with the work of Julia Kristeva became, not as a mere interpretation, but as a transformative structure through which we could develop our own research.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Commençons par nous présenter. Je suis David Uhrig, chercheur en histoire de la littérature, spécialiste des années 30, plus particulièrement de Maurice Blanchot. J'ai publié chez Gallimard ces chroniques politiques des années 30, qui vont être bientôt suivies des chroniques littéraires. Et je suis également enseignant à l'université de New York, sur son site parisien de NYU Paris.
Alors, bonjour David, c'est vrai que nous nous connaissons déjà, mais nous pouvons nous représenter. Je m'appelle Samuel Dock, je suis docteur en psychopathologie, psychologue clinicien et écrivain. Mon dernier livre est sorti en septembre 2019 et il s'agit de Éloge indocile de la psychanalyse, où les concepts de Julia Kristeva occupent une place centrale. Nous allons en parler puisque je la considère comme un mentor et tout à la fois comme une amie.
C'est à moi que Julia Kristeva a confié la direction de l'édition des Pulsions du Temps, au gros volume, une somme qui a demandé 18 mois de travail, de septembre 2011 à avril 2013. Alors gros travail pourquoi ? Bien sûr, comme tout recueil, rassembler les textes, les annoter, rechercher faire la recherche bibliographique, mais également un travail d'indexation très important, je vais y revenir à l'instant. Mais d'abord, je veux dire que l'autre partie de ce gros travail était un travail de réécriture. Et c'était intéressant parce que la diversité des textes qui étaient rassemblés, il y a quand même des discours prononcés, notamment devant le pape, par exemple. Il y a des formes plus narratives où elle parle d'elle-même, mon alphabet qui ouvre le volume. Il y a des textes beaucoup plus analytiques, beaucoup plus orientés sur l'aspect technique de la psychanalyse. Donc ce travail de réécriture qui a unifié ces différents textes a permis à Julia également de faire des renvois dans l'ensemble de son œuvre et de créer une forme d'arborescence. Et donc l'indexation dont je me suis occupé permet d'entrer dans l'ouvrage et l'ouvrage lui-même renvoie à l'ensemble de l'œuvre. Donc il y a une espèce de double arborescence, si on veut, et ça a été, je dirais, le cœur du travail que nous avons fait ensemble. Voilà. Et toi, je crois que je t'ai rencontré juste après, ou peut-être je me trompe, parce que j'étais tellement encore habité par ce travail.
Oui, tout à fait, David. On s'est rencontrés, je crois, en 2014. Alors moi, à cet instant, je travaillais avec Marie-France Castared, qui est psychanalyste et professeure de psychopathologie, sur un livre qui s'appelle « Le nouveau choc des générations ». Alors à cette époque, comme beaucoup d'analystes, et c'est toujours le cas aujourd'hui, Marie-France Castared ne jurait que par Julia Kristeva, qu'elle faisait véritablement vivre dans notre dialogue, puisque c'est un essai à deux voix, un véritable dialogue. Encore une fois, j'insiste sur ce terme qui va prendre une grande importance dans mon travail avec Julia Kristeva. Et elle m'a enjoint à aller la rencontrer lors d'une présentation de son ouvrage « Pulsion du temps » qu'elle présentait dans une librairie. J'y suis allé et j'ai été véritablement séduit, emporté, submergé, tout à la fois par le contenu de la présentation de Julia Kristeva, c'est-à-dire cette capacité qu'elle a à abolir les frontières entre les disciplines, entre la littérature, le politique, mais aussi par sa présence. J'ai beaucoup parlé de ce regard qu'elle peut avoir, ce regard véritablement physique qui transperce les choses. J'ai acheté son livre, Pulsion du temps, et je tenais à l'époque une tribune au Huffington Post. J'ai rédigé un petit texte dans lequel je partageais mes impressions sur son travail. Et quelques temps plus tard, j'ai reçu une proposition qui était de l'accompagner dans ses mémoires, sous la forme d'un dialogue, bien sûr en écho peut-être à ce travail avec Marie-France Castared. Et alors que j'étais, à cette époque, je le reconnais, peu connaisseur du travail de Julia Kristeva, j'ai accepté, parce que j'avais beaucoup aimé Pulsion du temps, mais aussi parce qu'il y avait eu cet impact incroyable de sa présence sur moi. Et nous avons commencé à travailler. Je me suis rendu chez elle plusieurs fois par mois parce que nous fonctionnions avec des enregistrements où elle me racontait son enfance en Bulgarie, son arrivée à Paris, les livres qu'elle a écrits et la genèse affective de ces ouvrages-là. Et c'était véritablement des moments formidables, denses, consistants, pleins. J'étais profondément, puissamment à ses côtés. Alors, ce qui est assez singulier, c'est qu'elle a, j'entends ça dans ton propos, c'est qu'elle a souhaité que nous retravaillions les différents entretiens. Et il y a eu tout ce travail de réécriture, ce travail de réaménagement du texte. Ce qui pose certaines questions, je pense, et c'est bien pour ça que nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui, sur cette question du dialogue entre identité, personnalité, œuvre, histoire, ce que nous on appellerait l'anamnèse, et cette production textuelle. Moi, je fais le lien avec le travail qu'elle a réalisé en psychanalyse pour réhabiliter la notion de contre-transfert. C'est vrai qu'en France, Jacques Lacan, elle l'a bien connu, a beaucoup critiqué la notion de contre-transfert, c'est-à-dire ce qu'éprouve un analyste pour son patient et ce qu'il lui renvoie. Pour Lacan, il n'y a que du transfert. Julia Kristeva a réhabilité ce contre-transfert avec beaucoup de finesse en disant que la séance d'un analyste avec son patient, ce n'est pas une intersubjectivité, c'est une construction, c'est une élaboration de l'un des deux qu'il va retransmettre à l'autre. Et c'est ce qui se joue, je crois, dans son œuvre littéraire aussi. Elle est authentique dans ce retravail, dans cette réélaboration imaginaire de son œuvre. Et c'est, je crois, ce qui nous interroge aujourd'hui, ce qui nous questionne, et c'est aussi ce qui nous fascine. Elle est authentique, véritablement, puissamment, en retravaillant son dit.
Oui, c'est intéressant ce que tu dis sur ce déplacement de l'intersubjectivité vers l'intertextualité. Comme je disais, effectivement, je l'ai vu dans la réécriture des textes pour faire l'unité de pulsion du temps. Mais ce qui est intéressant, c'est qu'en fait, c'est une notion qui est présente chez Julia Kristeva à un moment où l'œuvre n'est même pas encore une œuvre. Au tout début, au milieu des années 60, avec le groupe tel quel, dans le bouillonnement de ce réseau de sociabilité qui est une revue et un groupe littéraire. Et c'est intéressant parce que je pense qu'elle a accompagné la mise en œuvre finalement du travail de Julia. Et personnellement, je me souviens d'avoir sué sur l'un des premiers textes publiés de Kristeva, pas le premier, mais disons qui utilise des textes qui avaient été écrits avant. Le texte du roman sur Jehan de Saintré, une analyse narratologique très pointue Et le sous-titre de ce livre, si je me souviens bien, c'est « Approche sémiologique d'une structure transformationnelle ». Alors, c'est tout un programme, évidemment, une structure transformationnelle, mais en fait, aujourd'hui, on peut dire clairement que Julia a touché avec cette notion un point sensible de l'élaboration d'une œuvre, puisqu'on a, si on veut, la vérité par le fait, en fait. Hein. Voilà. Et alors, pour moi, ce matériau brut-là a été comme une entrée, on va dire, non pas en littérature, mais dans les études littéraires. Et d'une certaine manière, ça m'a donné l'élément clé, je pense, de la littérature, enfin en tout cas l'élément clé qui place la littérature au centre de toute économie de langage. Et cet élément clé, pour le dire, disons simplement, c'est le pacte secret entre l'amour et le langage. Si je n'ai pas nécessairement été, moi, attiré spontanément vers la psychanalyse, parce qu'on dit pacte secret entre l'amour et le langage, tout de suite, on se dit, ah, alors c'est quoi, c'est ce code. C'est pas nécessairement le code de la psychanalyse, mais en revanche, ça introduit à quelque chose qui concerne la linguistique, la littérature, la psychanalyse, et c'est exactement autour de cette notion-là que s'est construite l'interdisciplinarité à Paris 7, à l'époque Paris Diderot, qui fait maintenant partie de l'Université de Paris, évidemment. Et cette intertextualité qui a créé la possibilité de cette interdisciplinarité au sein de l'université, on l'a retrouvée dans tous les domaines à l'université. Et ce n'était pas un vain mot. Et donc j'ai été impliqué vers la psychanalyse. J'ai été amené à m'y intéresser, je dirais, d'une manière littéraire, forcément. Mais cette implication induisait un croisement des disciplines. Et je me souviens en plus que le centre Roland Barthes donnait des conférences absolument fabuleuses, invitait des spécialistes qui paraissent peut-être éloignés des humanités, ce qu'on appelle plutôt des humanités aux États-Unis en tout cas, comme la médecine. Je me souviens d'une conférence de Jean-Claude Amezen, absolument extraordinaire. C'est un conteur fabuleux, en plus d'être un grand spécialiste d'immunologie. Et donc, il y avait cette vraie interdisciplinarité. Et je l'ai retrouvée également dans les cours de Julia. Je me souviens, c'était en 1995, elle donnait son cours sur sens et non-sens de la révolte. Ce cours, en fait, est une approche de l'histoire et de la société française, mais à travers le prisme de la littérature et l'outil de la psychanalyse. Et aujourd'hui, où je travaille maintenant, je prépare le volume chez Gallimard des chroniques littéraires des années 30 de Blanchot. Je suis au cœur de ça, vers ce point sensible qu'est la vie de Blanchot autour de ses premiers textes.
Alors, oui, tu abordes des notions qui sont absolument fondamentales quand on se penche sur l'œuvre de Julia Kristeva, la notion de langage, la notion d'interdisciplinarité. Moi, j'ai une charge de cours à l'Université de Paris, où effectivement Julia Kristeva a enseigné pendant longtemps. Et à l'Université de Paris, le concept d'interdisciplinarité n'est jamais un prétexte. Ça peut l'être parfois pour dire par exemple en psychanalyse que nous tenons compte du monde social, extérieur à l'inconscient et au sujet singulier. Ça peut être aussi, ça peut apparaître dans une quête de légitimation scientifique. Chez Julia Kristeva et à Paris, à l'Université de Paris, l'interdisciplinarité, la transdisciplinarité, c'est une façon de débusquer les idéologies. Et ça, je crois que c'est très important puisque tu as parlé de révolte. Et la révolte, chez Julia Kristeva, il me semble qu'elle naît d'abord de ce mouvement vers la théorie, vers le concept, et qui va s'attacher à l'historiciser. Donc ça, c'est une première chose que je trouve extrêmement importante quand on parle de Julia Kristeva. Et c'est encore une fois cette traversée des frontières entre les disciplines. Moi-même, dans mon travail sur le fétichisme, j'ai pris exemple sur Julia Kristeva. Je n'ai pas hésité à faire dialoguer l'anthropologie, la sociologie, les pratiques artistiques. Et c'est ce que fait Julia Kristeva tout au long de son œuvre. Bien sûr, cette traversée des frontières, elle se fait aussi, et tu l'as évoqué, à travers le langage. Julia Kristeva n'a eu de cesse de réfléchir à ce dialogue, à cette traversée des frontières entre la corporéité et le sens. Et c'est comme ça qu'elle fait, pour ce qui nous intéresse, nous, en psychanalyse, son retour à Freud, c'est-à-dire en débusquant cet instant où, dans l'impensable corporel, il y a du sens. Elle a cette formule qui est très puissante. Elle dit que le sacré apparaît à la frontière du somatique et du linguistique. Donc, bien sûr, je suis très sensible à ces propos que tu portes aujourd'hui quand tu retraces ton histoire avec Julia Kristeva.
C'est drôle parce que quand j'ai rencontré Julia Kristeva il y a 25 ans, elle était pour moi une figure médiatique et par là un petit peu suspecte, si on veut. En tout cas, à l'opposé de ce qui, moi, m'intéressait chez Maurice Blanchot, une figure de retrait, de l'invisibilité, du secret, de la littérature. Et au moment où je suis rentré dans son bureau, cette image n'a pas disparu, mais a été suspendue. Elle a été laissée en suspens, comme neutralisée. Et cette neutralisation de cette image médiatique que j'avais d'elle a justement permis, comme par un dédoublement entre un personnage et une personne, d'aller complètement dans la rencontre, d'être complètement d'emblée dans le rapport direct, le partage d'une réflexion sur ce qui nous occupait, à savoir les recherches que je menais sur Blanchot déjà à l'époque. Et je pense qu'effectivement, cette grande proximité dans nos échanges a été, de cette manière, permise par le fait que restait à distance cette figure, ce personnage, était toujours une possibilité, mais tenue à distance. Et jusqu'à aujourd'hui, je garde une certaine hauteur dans notre relation avec elle. Nous avons dans cette relation une hauteur. Je pense que c'est dû à ça.
Je pense que cette question, elle est importante aussi, cette question des médias que tu abordes, parce que c'est vrai que Julia Kristeva est une figure médiatique. Et pourquoi je dis qu'elle est importante, c'est qu'en psychanalyse, les médias font un petit peu peur. Les psychanalystes, en règle générale, les évitent, je crois. Alors parfois pour éviter de tomber dans les affres d'une sorte de pensée mainstream, proche du développement personnel ou du coaching. Enfin, il y a cette menace de diluer un petit peu la discipline en communiquant dans les médias, en utilisant cet objet. Et pourtant, Julia Kristeva y parvient. Elle parvient à porter une voix qui s'adresse à tous sans galvauder l'héritage de nos concepts psychanalytiques. Elle renvoie à cette idée d'une psychopathologie de la vie quotidienne. Elle montre que la psychanalyse s'adresse à tous, à tout le monde. Et ça, je crois que c'est cette volonté de démocratiser la psychanalyse, je pense que c'est très important. Sur cette notion de personne, cette notion de personnage, moi, spontanément, je pense à ces moments où nous prenions ensemble ces petits déjeuners, où je faisais des entretiens avec elle. Elle raconte dans Je me voyage que quand elle était petite, elle montait dans l'arbre du jardin familial et qu'elle mangeait des fruits en lisant Victor Hugo, Balzac, les auteurs français, les auteurs qui ont le plus compté pour elle quand elle était enfant. Et je crois que j'ai vécu un petit peu la même chose avec elle, cette transmission, cette délicatesse, ce moment suspendu. Elle parlait, alors je buvais mon thé, je buvais ses paroles, je me voyageais, puisque la grande force de Julia Kristeva, elle nous invite à nous voyager, à nous penser, à nous élaborer. Et c'est pour ça que même si aujourd'hui elle utilise, elle le dit, elle utilise les figures fictionnelles de certains personnages, de Proust, de Colette, avec ses patients, et elle utilise au contraire les psychanalystes, Freud, Mélanie Klein, en littérature. Malgré tout, il y a cette possibilité d'être soi, d'être un, malgré ce jeu constant, ou peut-être plutôt grâce à ce jeu constant entre personnages, personnalités, littéraires, psychanalyse. Là encore, je pense que ça fait écho à cette transition entre le sens et le corporel, parce qu'elle nous l'apprend. Le sens est un mouvement. Ce n'est pas quelque chose de figé, ce n'est pas un bloc que l'on pose pour combler un manque. c'est une orientation, c'est une direction, on se pense, on se voyage, et on ne peut être finalement que des personnages. Je terminerai ce petit propos là-dessus. Elle dit dans le livre, finalement, je suis comme une rivière sur laquelle on ne peut pas coller de timbre. Et je crois en fait quand elle dit ça, elle nous invite à nous rendre compte que nous sommes tous cette rivière-là.
Oui, c'est d'ailleurs quand je lis cette biographie que tu as écrite avec Julia, c'est exactement une expérience intime que j'éprouve aussi, puisque tu as suivi la chronologie d'une intimité dans l'œuvre, et j'ai suivi dans ma lecture de l'œuvre une chronologie intime également dans ma découverte de cette œuvre. Et j'ai retrouvé dans Je me voyage ce discours qui est un peu mien à ma manière. Et je pense que c'est quelque chose qui n'est pas étonnant pour quelqu'un qui écrit de la manière de Kristeva et qui utilise des notions comme par exemple le dialogisme de Bakhtin, parce que ces notions, en fait, sont des concepts. Et en tant que concepts, elles sont absorbées par la démarche qu'elles permettent. Et par exemple, je peux prendre l'exemple d'un texte, cette fois-ci très théorique, Une autre somme, la révolution du langage poétique, 74 je crois, qui prend un poème qui est réputé pour être le plus abstrait de la littérature française, ou l'un des plus abstraits de la littérature française, Le coup de dé de Stéphane Mallarmé. Elle fait une compréhension littéraire du poème, mais à travers une analyse psycholinguistique des sonorités qui nous amène à une approche sensible du texte.
Et pourtant, malgré cela, elle autorise la contradiction. Elle nous dit, elle a cette phrase extrêmement forte, elle nous dit « Celui qui ne se révolte pas est mort psychiquement ». Et alors même que je faisais ce travail avec elle pour l'accompagner dans ses mémoires, parfois, bien sûr, je posais des questions. Je suis clinicien moi-même, j'ai beaucoup travaillé avec les adolescents, et je m'interrogeais, je l'interrogeais en lui disant « Mais Julia, est-ce que vous êtes sûre que, voilà, de cette idée-là, Et elle m'invitait à développer ma propre pensée, ma propre singularité. Comme elle l'a fait beaucoup avec ses étudiants. Elle leur disait, moi je ne souhaite pas que vous reproduisiez ma théorie, je souhaite que vous vous en empariez comme un solfège et que vous jouiez votre propre musique. Et ça, je trouve que c'est d'une immense force et d'une très grande humilité. Moi-même, dans mes recherches autour du fétichisme, encore une fois, ma thèse porte sur le fétichisme, j'ai eu énormément recours au concept de reliance de Julia Kristeva, mais que j'ai complètement repensé, réaménagé. Julia Kristeva parle de la reliance, notamment dans l'expérience poétique. J'en parle dans une expérience sexuelle. Et je crois que ça, c'est très fort. Je ne sais pas ce que tu en penses de cette possibilité de dire autrement qu'elle, avec elle, à ses côtés, si c'est quelque chose qui fait écho en toi.
Oh ben j'ai un souvenir extraordinaire, justement, tu parles de cours, oui. En fait, c'était un petit séminaire de psychanalyse. Julia parlait d'un patient qui était complètement prisonnier de l'abjection que lui inspirait sa mère. Et puis, elle nous rend compte de la haine qu'il exprimait, et notamment qu'il jetait à la face de sa psychanalyste, Julia Kristeva, et tout d'un coup, en utilisant les mots textuellement qu'il lui avait dit, qu'il avait proférés. Et c'était si fort, si intense, que l'assistance a été étonnée, surprise, peut-être s'est réveillée simplement. En tout cas, il y a un rire a parcouru l'assemblée. Et Julia s'est arrêtée de parler et elle a dit oui, on peut en rire. On peut aussi en pleurer. Et ça a été en soi une magnifique leçon, si on veut, mais je dirais de gravité en l'occurrence, que l'on peut interpréter d'une manière morale, bien sûr, mais je pense que, en fait, il y a autre chose là-dedans, parce qu'il y a quelque chose d'heuristique, quelque chose qui permet de chercher, de découvrir autre chose que ce qui apparaît a priori dans une société, à travers l'éveil à la souffrance que nous portons en nous, mais également à la souffrance d'autrui. Et cet aspect-là qu'elle développe d'ailleurs sous ce terme de souffrance, pour l'élargir à la société française, à la culture française, en fait, jusqu'à aujourd'hui, elle est là, elle me porte également. Elle a éveillé mon attention à des aspects de mon propre pays, qui ne sont pas nécessairement d'ailleurs ceux que Julia Kristeva elle-même désigne. Et je pense que c'est ça, il y a là quelque chose qui est de l'ordre de l'éveil, sur l'attention portée à l'autre, qui requiert notre perception sensible, en somme.
Alors bien sûr, la morale n'a que très peu de place dans l'œuvre de Julia Kristeva. Elle a cette phrase, encore une fois, je vais le dire, extrêmement puissante. Elle dit « Au commencement était la haine », et que l'amour, le cheminement vers l'altérité, naît d'une perlaboration, d'une réflexion. Alors, on voit bien que ce qui compte pour elle, avant tout, c'est cette authenticité, encore une fois, de la pensée. Ce qui explique peut-être dans cette anecdote qu'elle a pu s'opposer comme ça et dire oui, on peut en rire et on peut peut-être en pleurer. Moi-même, je suis sensible à une thématique contemporaine qui est celle des violences policières, puisque en France, c'est devenu un sujet tristement d'actualité depuis, je dirais, 3 ans, mais probablement avant. Et quand je pense à cette actualité, à la nécessaire refondation de l'IGPN, qui est l'organisme chargé de surveiller les violences policières, je pense à ce travail d'abjection, autour de l'abjection qu'a réalisé Julia Kristeva, ce pouvoir de l'horreur qui tout à coup nous fascine et nous effraie en même temps. Et encore une fois, même si Julia Kristeva ne parle pas du tout des violences policières, ce n'est pas son sujet, malgré tout, on trouve un refuge et on trouve des instruments pour penser, dans le travail de Julia Kristeva, cette actualité. Et c'est pour ça, je crois, que les concepts que nous transmet Julia Kristeva sont absolument éternels, en réalité.
Oui, en fait, ce n'est pas une pensée abstraite. Je crois tout simplement, Julia Kristeva, elle pense toujours à partir des autres, vers les autres, donc vers un présent. Et je pense que c'est ça le plus important, du stade le plus élémentaire de l'enfant jusqu'à la pensée la plus accomplie. Et ce qui porte la pensée, c'est les autres. Il n'y a pas la pensée d'abord et les autres ensuite. Je dirais, ça va ensemble. Et c'est d'ailleurs, je pense, toute la différence qu'il y a avec un auteur comme Blanchot. Je me souviens que Blanchot fait cette remarque dans ses notes que j'ai consultées à la Weiner Library, que d'après lui, en lisant Semiotiquet, il remarque que Julia appelle regrettablement dialogisme l'élément de langage qu'elle interroge. Mais en fait, comme on l'a dit, le dialogisme, il est là dès le départ de l'œuvre, et c'est ce qui porte cette œuvre, et c'est ce qui, je dirais, l'épanouit vers les autres. Et Julia, quand je lui en ai parlé, elle était ravie, parce que quand Semiotiquet apparu en 1969, c'était en même temps que l'entretien infini de Blanchot. Et évidemment, on a rapproché les deux œuvres. Mais je pense qu'aujourd'hui, et pour l'avenir, pour ce qu'il reste des études à faire sur Kristeva, cette différence-là est très importante entre l'entretien infini de Blanchot et le dialogisme chez Julia. C'est la nature de ce qu'il nous est donné de partager encore et encore dans le dialogue qui nous occupe.
Oui, c'est comme ça qu'on est vivant, je crois, dans la pensée de Julia Kristeva. C'est en dialoguant, c'est en faisant ce travail de cheminement vers l'altérité. En tout cas, moi, parfois, j'ai le sentiment d'être, malgré moi, presque le porte-étendard de cette pensée de Julia Kristeva, parce que je la vis, hein, je la sens dans ma pratique avec les patients, elle est là, dans ma pratique littéraire. Et ce que j'éprouve pour elle, qui a justement beaucoup écrit sur Mélanie Klein, c'est une immense gratitude, parce qu'elle a participé à ma construction identitaire, à mon identité d'écrivain, à mon identité de psychanalyste. Mais je pense qu'elle a participé à la construction de beaucoup d'auteurs. J'ose le faire sans lui en avoir parlé, mais je lisais le livre de Sara Chiche, Les Enténébrés, où Sara Chiche raconte qu'elle est un carrefour. Alors je pense à Julia Kristeva qui dit « Je suis un monstre de carrefour ». Et Sara Chiche dit « Je suis constituée entre de multiples entités, de multiples fragments, dont je ne figure pas le centre, ni préférentiellement, pas forcément l'un, pas forcément l'autre. » Donc Julia Kristeva se retrouve sous la plume de beaucoup d'auteurs. Son regard nous accompagne. Et je crois que c'est un héritage formidable qu'elle nous lègue. En ayant eu cette recherche sur le personnage qu'elle est, cette étrangeté à elle-même aussi, elle nous a donné l'opportunité d'être un petit peu plus nous-mêmes. Ce qu'elle fait en tant qu'analyste et ce qu'elle fait en tant qu'écrivain dans ses romans.
Merci beaucoup Samuel, c'était un plaisir.
Merci David, c'était très agréable de te retrouver et de parler de notre chère Julia Kristeva.
Qui nous occupe tant.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Samuel. So for a very important panel on the philosophy of Julia Kristeva after the work, but we know that's not so distinguished. That's not so distinct. Life and work are really connected, as Alice has shown in her biography. At the risk of thinking. So, Kelly, would you take now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, you're here. Okay, fine.
I'm back. Yes.
Okay,
well,
good.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a very, very exciting panel coming up to discuss this major work on the philosophy of Julia Kristeva. A phenomenal volume, as Francois mentioned in the beginning. It's the first volume of the very prestigious the Library of Living Philosophers that has been done on a woman philosopher. And that is because of the dogged work of Sara Beardsworth. And so first I want to thank Sara Beardsworth for this contribution to scholarship, to Kristeva scholarship. Sara Beardsworth couldn't be here today, and in some ways I'm just taking her place, but she recently retired from the Department of Philosophy at the Southern Illinois University in Carbondale in the United States. She is the author of dozens of articles on Kristeva, very influential in the way Kristeva has been received in the English-speaking world. She's the author of the book, Julia Kristeva, Psychoanalysis and Modernity. And she devoted at least the last decade of her career to editing this monumental volume, The Philosophy of Julia Kristeva. And we are so lucky this afternoon to have many of the contributors to that volume here to talk about the writing and the work of Julia Kristeva. And so I would like to, as I did in the last session, introduce everyone individually and also ask some questions. The question that I would like to ask the panelists is first to talk about what aspect of Julia Kristeva's writings has most influenced your own thinking. So I invite you to talk about your own work and the way that you have engaged with Julia Kristeva's writings to expand the horizons of thinking in your own discipline. I also invite you to talk about what you see as the most important contributions that the work of Julia Kristeva has made to your own field. And we're very lucky to have scholars and psychoanalysts working in very different fields to talk about these questions. So I'd like to begin. Let's begin with Ewa Ziarek. Ewa Ziarek is the Julian Park Professor of Comparative Literature at the University of Buffalo in New York. in the United States. She has written many books and hundreds of articles, a very influential figure in feminist theory in the United States and the world. And her many books include Arendt, Natality and Biopolitics, Feminist Aesthetics and the Politics of Modernism, and An Ethics of Dissensus, Feminism, Postmodernity, and the Politics of Radical Democracy. So Ewa, I invite you now to talk about how Kristeva's thinking has influenced and inspired your own thinking, and if you want to talk about the impact of her writing on your discipline.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Julia Kristeva. Thank you, Sara. And it's quite an honor and privilege to be here. I have to say the most kind of first, the strongest stimulus to thinking comes from the experience and figure that is most antithetical to thinking, at least for me, or it was in my experience, namely the maternal. I don't think there is anything more antithetical still in our contemporary imaginary ideology. If you add to woman philosopher, the maternal, that was as a young student, when I became pregnant, the first words that I heard was directed to me in third person, to my parents. What a pity she was such a promising intellectual. So the revolt of thought, I felt it right there, the revolt of being, the revolt of thought, but also against this utter denial and cancellation of thought. And when I read, I put it aside, I couldn't deal with this, but when I read Women's Time, Poetic Language, Stabat Mater, and when I read those passages that I still know by heart about non-sacrificial, guiltless maternity that is driven by desire, intellectual passion that is not severed from thinking, and many, or philosophy, the possibility of occupying that position was kind of open up, that cleavage, the possibility of connecting that cleavage has been opened up. I think in my own discipline, certainly revolution in poetic language, but then in the context of feminism, I found this uncanny untimely, as we spoke before, announcement of certain elements of thinking that were not recognized or misrecognized before. So, for instance, from the very beginning, if you read Kristeva, you have to think about affectivity and drive and the body and this catastrophic enabling crossroads of being and body, matter, psyche, and so forth. So, but these thoughts were disregarded or downplayed in feminist theory as essentialism. And so we had to wait almost 70 years later to catch up with this, at least in the United States, in the context of new materialism, the lesson affect, and so forth, to catch up with the sort of a different path of addressing these issues. So that was very, very important for me. The third one, in terms of ethics, and I started working with ethics of Levinas and others and Derrida, when I encountered ethics of responsibility, and it sounded also nice. And again, Kristeva sort of puts you in a very, very uncomfortable thought. What if the beginning of ethic is grappling with hatred, aggression, the unknown, the unconscious? How does ethical response, giving sense, can the gift, the forgiveness, the listening, the sociality that emerges, that enables that ethical thought and sharing of singularities, how that emerges. But so just being confronted it up front, it's very uncomfortable and absolutely necessary for taking ethical seriously. And the last one I want to say, maybe a little bit proleptically, something that I would like to go back to Kristeva to confront a very different problem of our times. She mentions in passing and more frequently the barbarism of automation. And it seems to me, and I became really obsessed with this, how do we think, or why do we need psychoanalysis in the age of machine learning and artificial intelligence, when everything is becoming smarter and we are becoming more stupid? And how to diagnose, how to think about this drive toward automation, and to think drive beyond profit only, and its fascination with automation, obsession, fears, and so forth. So this seems to me that there might be really interesting resources in both as an alternative sociality emerging from Julia Kristeva, but also perhaps as a diagnosis of this new illusion of the omnipotence, this avowal of vulnerability and singularity that is emerging from this powerful predictive analytics and algorithmic calculation operating behind our screens quite literally right now. So thank you. That's what I had to say for now.
Thank you very much, Ewa. That is very provocative, and maybe Julia will address some of these issues later in the interview at the capstone of our afternoon. So I would next like to invite Fanny Söderbäck to address some of these same questions. Fanny is Associate Professor of Philosophy at DePaul University in Chicago in the United States, but I think, Fanny, you're currently in Sweden. Is that right? Yes. So she is joining us from Sweden, and she is the author of, again, many articles on Julia Kristeva, has worked with Julia Kristeva in the past, and she is the author of a new book, a very exciting book called Revolutionary Time on Time and Difference in Kristeva and Uhrig. And also she is the co-founder and co-director, along with Sara Hansen, of the Kristeva Circle, which has been such an important meeting place for those of us who are interested in the work of and engage with the work of Julia Kristeva in the United States, but also across the world. So Fanny, I would like to invite you to talk about the importance of Julia Kristeva's thinking to your own work and intellectual trajectory, and also, if you would like, to your field.
Thank you so much, Kelly, for inviting me to participate in this amazing event. And thank you, Julia, for being here. I mean, I think one of the things that's really special about this volume that we're all gathering around, Sarah Beardsworth volume, is that we all wrote essays, but then Julia also responded to our essays. And so having Julia as an interlocutor for me has been one very important feature, both in terms of thinking about how she is, how you are, Julia, an interlocutor in your texts with all the philosophers and authors and artists that you're engaging in really rich and deep ways. So that's modeled for me something about what philosophy can do at its best. but also having been lucky enough to be a grad student at the New School when Julia was teaching graduate seminars there, and literally being an interlocutor in her classroom just was formative for me in terms of modeling a very generous and kind of curious way of engaging philosophy and doing philosophy. So I think to answer your question, Kelly, I mean, the first text that I read by Julia was as an undergrad in Sweden when I studied comparative literature, and we read two texts. We read Powers of Horror and Stabat Mater. And I think in many ways, those being the first two texts that I encountered in Julia's work have also marked why and how her work has been so important for me, both in terms of, and echoing a lot of what Ewa was just saying, questions of motherhood, maternity, birth, kind of offering what I take to be the most rich and powerful account in the literature on this figure of the mother and the experience of motherhood in all of its ambiguity and tension and complexity and ugliness too. And so I think that's been extremely formative for me as I've spent years of my life trying to theorize motherhood and birth myself, very much through the lens of Kristeva's work. And in the context of that, the second thing that was formative for me personally, and that has been so enriching, and I think that goes for the very description of motherhood in Julia's work, is the absolute attunement and attention to tension and to ambiguity and to liminality and to not ever offering kind of one-dimensional narratives about things, nor two, but often three or more dimensional, and really kind of attending to the dualisms and the way in which they get kind of mixed up and complicated in various ways. I think in terms of how your work, Julia, has, for me, been important for the discipline of philosophy, and this maybe speaks to the book that was published about a year ago, is something that I trace as a very important theme. And again, I echo Ewa here, from the beginning till the current nature of your work, namely an attention to questions of time and temporality, and questions of time and temporality through a robust account of revolt and revolution understood as return. And so issues having to do with memory and history and what it means to give life to memory and history, to give body or soma to memory and history, have again been immensely informative for my work, but I think also just important for the discipline of philosophy, wherein questions of temporality have been so important, but far too often formulated through a kind of masculine disembodied lens. Julia's work here, I think, has just offered kind of a robust critique of that in ways that has enriched and complicated our discourses about time in a way that inscribes the feminine body, the maternal birth into those issues. So those are a couple of things. I mean, I could give you 10 more, but that's the beginning of an answer.
Thank you, Fanny. Next, I would like to invite Cecilia Sjöholm to talk about the impact of Julia Kristeva's thinking on her own work. Cecilia is professor of aesthetics at Södertörn University in Stockholm, Sweden. She is joining us from Sweden now, and her many articles and many books, many of which also address and engage with Julia Kristeva, include Doing Aesthetics with Arendt, How to See Things, and Kristeva and the Political. So Cecilia, I invite you to talk about the effects that the writings of Julia Kristeva have had on your own thinking and on your discipline as well. You need to unmute.
Yeah. So now can you hear me? Yeah, great. Thank you so much, Kelly, and thank you so much to all the organizers for having arranged this wonderful event. And thank you so much, Julia, for being here and for listening to us. I listened to the last panel with the great curiosity, and actually my response changed a little bit after that. I was thinking about biography because, in fact, Julia's biography made me think about my own intellectual biography, and also made me think about the way in which Julia Kristeva's thinking in turn has been very much part of it all along. Even though I haven't always written on her work, and I've written on some parts of it, I haven't always referred to it. In some ways, it has always been there in the back of my mind. I came to her as a master's student already in the 80s, and I was kind of called on almost by some kind of urge of wanting to know more about her work on melancholy, love and abjection and so on. It was almost like a sort of emotional need to know more about these topics. And this is also something that I think I have with me today. This sort of need to know more about these topics and also to explore what Kristeva showed to me there, the space in between. The space in between, perhaps the space between subject and object, between literature and thought, between the intimate and the public, body and soul. There are many ways in which you can actually name this dualism, so to speak. And this is also something that Fanny touched on in her comment. But I think it's, what was talked about in the panel before was the way in which Kristeva thought bring really important issues, bring up really important issues about today. And the stakes are so high, as Alice Jardine said. But there's also something in Kristeva's thought that open up spaces to us that may be political, but that may also be deeply personal. In a way, she opens up this sort of space between the personal and the political. And things that may be personal, that may be deeply political, but also the other way around. And this is also something that I think opens a kind of joy that we may experience in reading Kristeva, this sort of overcoming of dualisms that opens up a new kind of space. Almost like the sort of, if you've read or seen Harry Potter, you know that he's supposed to take the train to his boarding school, Hogwarts, and then he's supposed to depart from a platform which he can't see. It's the platform 9 3/4, which suddenly appears as if by magic between two tracks. And I think this is also what Kristeva's thought can do for us. It can open up a completely new space for thought. And I think the magic with Kristeva's thought and philosophy is that she's able to do this just again and again. It just never ceases. And this is what has inspired me the most. No matter what topic she's brought to mind, whether it's literature, psychoanalysis, but also deeply and incredibly important political topics like radicalization, which is also what I approached in this anthology on the Library Living Philosophers. And I think this is the importance of Kristeva's thought for us, and that she's shown us today, this sort of way of always approaching topics from a new perspective and perhaps show us a new direction.
Thank you, Cecilia. Next, I would invite Elaine Miller, who is a professor of philosophy at Miami University in Ohio in the US. And she has also devoted a lot of her own thinking and writing to engaging with Julia Kristeva's work. Her first book, The Vegetative Soul, is on the feminine in Hegel and German philosophy, but her latest book is called Head Cases, Julia Kristeva on Philosophy and Art in Depressed Times. And she engages with the book that was translated as The Severed Head on the work that Julia Kristeva did curating the exhibit at the Louvre. So I turn over to Elaine to talk about your own engagements with the writings of Julia Kristeva and the influence she's had on you and your field. You're on mute.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Kelly, for inviting me to participate. And thank you to all the organizers at the Maison Française. And thank you, Julia, for being here. I really appreciate it. For me, I first encountered Kristeva's work through Revolution in Poetic Language. It was, I was already working mostly, as Kelly said, on German philosophy, German idealism. And it was only after I got tenure that I felt comfortable moving to my, well, I had already written on so-called French feminism. I had written on other French feminists, but after I got tenure, I felt that I had the freedom to reinvent myself in a certain way. I was interested in psychoanalysis, and when I started reading Kristeva's work, it was just a revelation to me in Revolution in Poetic Language, because she was addressing Hegel, she was addressing psychoanalysis, and Freud in particular, but also looking at literature, which is what I had studied before I started studying philosophy. So it was as if everything came together in this very transformative way. It had a huge effect on my life and on my thinking. In particular, the dual aspects of the semiotic and the symbolic, the idea that language always has two sides, that there is this possibility of dismantling the symbolic from within through poetic language without losing signification altogether, and perhaps multiplying signification through doing that. And so I was very, very bowled over, I guess is one way of putting how I felt. And this only continued as I started to read her work on visual art, which was equally fascinating. Her engagement with the Severed Head, the exhibit at the Louvre, her encounters with Anish Kapoor and Adele Abdesamed, and I found this incredibly exciting work as well. And for me, the figure of the severed head was particularly fascinating. I had never really thought about it before, but I read it as a figure for an alternate form of castration, where the child is severed from the mother, not in order to find refuge in the paternal realm of signs, but rather within the realm of representation, whether that be poetic or visual. And it's a way of refinding the mother and not having to simply leave her behind or kill her, as someone said to me once. So Kristeva thinks you have to kill the mother. And for me, this theme of decapitation became really central, and that's why I took it as the subject of my book, as on Kristeva's work, as well as the essay I wrote for the volume that we're talking about right now. So I really appreciated the attention. This is something I've already mentioned, and Fanny, the attention that Kristeva pays to the role of the mother. Of course, it's an ambivalent relationship that the child has to the mother. It's not entirely positive, but it's also not entirely negative or throwing it away, that there's this idea that the mother's love or the mother's legacy can be preserved in the realm of representation, and that there can be a new, renewed relationship to the mother through thinking and through aesthetic expression. And to me, this was personally meaningful, as well as the mother of two daughters, as I think it probably is for many of the people on this panel. Actually, we have a lot of mothers. So that was the most important for my own work. I really did feel like I could reinvent myself through reading Kristeva without leaving the old intellectual self behind. I felt like it became transformed in a kind of intellectual and poetic revolution. I also really, the other thing that's very important to me is the idea that was brought up today in the video that we watched, the idea of dialogue and the idea of rewriting. I really like this idea that ideas are not rigid and fixed, and that they can always be taken up again and reworked and I find this kind of to be a kind of the talk of Kristeva as a media figure. I certainly recognize she's a very big media figure, but I think there's a kind of intellectual humility that I really, really appreciate, which is the openness to always being new, or to always reconsidering ideas and never thinking of them as my ideas, but they're our ideas. They're ideas that can be engaged in dialogue. And I guess this is partially personal, partially intellectual, the idea of the foreigner. The work in Strangers to Ourselves, but the fact that Julia herself is a foreigner, and she always thinks of herself as a foreigner, even as she has completely become French and learned French and lives in France, but at the same time she retains this identity, which is a little bit always in question of a certain fixed identity. The work in Strangers to Ourselves, the idea of je me voyage, Hannah Arendt as a foreigner, all of these were meaningful to me as someone who grew up overseas and never really felt like I fit in one place completely, but also I think intellectually important. And that's what I would say is really important for the humanities as well, is being able to travel from one discipline to another, to not, I think sometimes people worry about interdisciplinarity becoming just a mush, that you have to reduce everything to the least common denominator to make it intelligible to everyone. But I think this idea of traveling or being a foreigner, allowing oneself to be a foreigner in another discipline, can be really meaningful and open up new pathways for thought. So that's what I find important about her work.
Thank you. Thank you, Elaine. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Robert Harvey to talk about the importance of Julia Kristeva to his own thinking. Robert is a distinguished professor at Stony Brook University in Long Island, New York. He has written many books and is, as we know, a very prominent figure in his discipline. So it will be interesting to hear how Robert thinks Julia Kristeva's work has impacted his discipline in literature and comparative literature and his own thinking. His latest of many books is entitled Sharing Common Grounds, A Space for Ethics. So Robert, I invite you to talk about your own engagement with Julia Kristeva and the impact of her work on your thinking.
Sure. Thank you very much, Kelly, and thank you, François. And thank you especially, Julia, for everything you've given to us and are giving to us and continue to give to us. The influences of Julia on my work and my thinking are both diffuse and multiple, so it would be very hard to decline absolutely everything that there is, and maybe something will come up in the conversation that'll be more specific. But what I'd like to do actually is speak about something very, very, very specific, and it resonates with what was just said by Elaine about her book on strangers, on foreigners. But I think I'd like to begin, and let me time myself here so that I don't go over. That's something I tend to do quite easily. With something that I'm just reading for my undergraduate class right now on existentialism, actually. And I was reading some parts of Heidegger's Being and Time. So the Heidegger, when he talks about Sein zum Tode, being for death, as an ecstatic experience of time, writes the following. He says, the everyday manner in which we join with one another in absorption in the world of our concern, one Dasein can and must, within certain limits, be another Dasein. That's the end of the quote from Heidegger, and I won't dwell on Heidegger much, except to say that. But it's at those limited limits that I have been exploring for decades, questions of ethics, and Julia Kristeva's work has been central in helping me to do so. So when, for example, in Sharing Common Ground that Kelly just mentioned, I explored the temporality of the subject's relationship to the other in terms of the Kantian sublime, that short lapse of time between paralyzing terror and the inkling of one's possible survival. I brought this into conjunction with Julia's warning about possible psychic damage that readers might incur from high doses of reading Marguerite Duras' work, which we recall was in the last chapter of Black Sun. This challenged me in turn to study space shared by two individuals, space over which they are nevertheless divided in, for example, Hiroshima Mon Amour, but many other works by Duras. So then I turned, in working through that was in an early chapter of the book, to Strangers to Ourselves, and reread it. And that just very, very, very rich meditation on the stranger, the foreigner, but more largely the other. So I have a couple of quotes that I'd like to read from that, page 264 in the Christopher Reader. Strangely, Julia writes, the foreigner lives within us. He is the hidden face of our identity, the space that wrecks our abode, the time in which understanding and affinity founder. By recognizing him within ourselves, we are spared detesting him in himself. And another quote about 8 pages later, meeting balances wandering. A crossroad of two othernesses, it welcomes the foreigner without tying him down, opening the host to his visitor without committing him, end of quote. So here in Strangers to Ourselves, the stranger is quite specifically the foreigner, the alien, as we so elegantly or inelegantly call him in the United States, or her in the United States. And Strangers to Ourselves participates in those discussions that Julia was having with many, many intellectuals all over the world, actually, on the issue of community, as the European community was moving towards further unity. But although this essay of 1988 mainly reflects on that socio-political category of the person, it contains powerful ethical and even ontological dimensions. And as she writes near the conclusion of her thoughts on the uncanny, in Strangers to Ourselves, she writes, the ethics of psychoanalysis implies a politics, end of quote. So this is one that Julia Kristeva espouses and promotes relentlessly. She says elsewhere in Strangers to Ourselves the following: living with the other, with the foreigner, confronts us with the possibility or not of being another. It is not simply humanistically a matter of our being able to accept the other, but of being in his place. And this means to imagine and make oneself other for oneself, to make oneself other for oneself. This and other passages in Strangers to Ourselves also helped me immensely when I thought about the ethical implications of the works of Samuel Beckett and Primo Levi when I was writing Witnessness. I can't remember the date of that book, but I put these thoughts in conjunction with some of the thesis, actually, of Brian Rothman's also a great book on this same subject, Becoming Beside Ourselves. Rothman writes, and I quote, what is involved, he asked the question, what is involved in becoming oneself? Becoming beside oneself, in experiencing plurality. The process is not to be identified with imitating, reproducing, splitting oneself, or identifying with or assimilating another, or being reborn as a new being. It is rather a form of atemporal change, becoming party to a condition other than one's own, a question of self-difference, of standing to the side of the single monadic I. So this, just to conclude quickly, wraps back to Heidegger's virtual call for Dasein to prepare itself for to be another Dasein. And I profoundly believe, yes, believe is in my vocabulary, Julia. I believe that Julia Kristeva showed us the way to think this. As for the discipline and the disciplines and her influence on the disciplines, I'd comment sort of on the side of that to say that what how Julia has influenced me with regard to disciplines in my career is having made it absolutely simple to move from someone who had been trained in French literature and history of thought to very briefly be a professor of French literature, then for many years to be a professor of comparative literature, and now for several years teach philosophy. So, I mean, there was no discipline. I was already a fairly undisciplined person to begin with, but Julia helped, I think, spiritually, that flow between disciplines take place in my career. So thank you for that also, Julia.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Robert. So next I'd like to invite Marian Hobson to reflect on some of these same questions about the her own engagement with the writings of Julia Kristeva, the impact of Julia Kristeva's work on her field. And Marian is a fellow of the British Academy, and in fact, the first woman fellow at Trinity College in Cambridge. Her main interests are in the form and language of philosophical writing, and she has written many articles and books on this topic. And I'd like to invite you now, Marian, to think about and talk with us about your engagements with Julia Kristeva and the way that Julia's thought has affected your own work and thinking.
Thank you very much. Okay, you can hear me. Well, first of all, I'd like to say that this is going to be very personal. I go back a long way, Julia and I go back a long way, I think 1966 or something like that. And inevitably, any reaction that I have to what she writes is also connected with that very long relation. I suppose what I ought to say principally, what she taught me was a kind of reversal of Kant. Kant says, dare to know, aude sapere. And in a way, she taught me, sapi audere, know how to dare. There was a kind of freedom and liberation in what she did, which I know of nobody else who has produced that effect in me anyway, and I strongly suspect in many others. Then I'd like to say that there was a very great generosity. Always, it extends to very little things. I discovered some poor Bulgarians washing cars. This was before Brexit. And they couldn't speak a word of English. And it seemed, since there were free courses in English in Cambridge, this seemed to me a bit of a waste. So I emailed Julia, and guess what? She wrote out a message in Bulgarian telling them where it was and that it was free and so on. And I handed out this message. That was absolutely typical of her. Now, beyond that generosity, because it's a personal generosity and a philosophical generosity, was that for somebody who was an English woman, where certainly in the late 50s and early 60s, philosophy was restricted and boring, I think are probably the best ways of putting it. She participated in what was really a kind of ripping open of that. And I think that certainly UK thinking and really European thinking about culture owes a huge debt to her. Then I would say also, I'd like just to sort of talk a little about what I feel I learned from her. It can go from a very personal thing, like you don't let yourself be stopped. I remember she was driving to the Ile de Ré and she had a kind of car prangle, and she left the car and went on by train, I suppose. I was immensely impressed with that. And the very next time I was in a similar situation, I tried to imitate by putting the car in the most closest garage and continuing, not on foot, it was to Norwich, but by train. So on a personal level, there was a huge enjoyment of what I learned from her. So we have, if you like, personal debt, a cultural debt, a European, I think, cultural debt to her. And then also, and more generally, and this has already been mentioned, a debt because of the enlargement of philosophy. When I reverse the Kant dare to know into know how to dare, that is a big gift. It's very easy to be flippant. It really is quite hard deeply to dare. And that, I think, is something that I certainly took away from my knowledge of her work and my personal acquaintance. And I am extremely grateful. I think then, perhaps just finally, and perhaps in a slightly more trivial way, I learned how much it could be important to work in groups. She worked with a Telkel group, of course, but I also remember being driven by her to the Édition des Femmes, because she was supporting this 60s effort by women to run their own editorial shop. And that was absolutely typical of the amount of time, effort, and kindness that she would give. So basically, I've been talking, as I say, of a personal debt. There is, as I say, this cultural debt. And in coming from a country which has just Brexited, and there would be a lot to say about that, but I won't. I think we certainly here in England need to think a great deal more about what the kind of work that Julia has done all her life really means, and what it means in a political sense, in a geographical sense, as well as in a cultural sense. So thank you, Julia.
Thank you very much, Marian. Next, I would like to go to Sara Hansen. Sara is Associate Professor of Philosophy at California State University in Northridge in the US. They are the co-editor of New Forms of Revolt, Kristeva's Intimate Politics, and also the co-founder and co-director of the Kristeva Circle along with Fanny. So Sara, I'd like to invite you to talk about the influence and importance of Julia Kristeva's writings on your own thinking, and if you'd like, also your field. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly, and thanks so much for having me. I feel so grateful and honored to have been able to contribute to the Living Philosophers volume, and I think it's just so great that this text can be an occasion for all of us to get together and connect and talk about Kristeva's influence during a time when so many of us are kind of separated and distanced from one another in various ways. I first encountered Julia Kristeva's work as a graduate student at Vanderbilt, studying with Kelly. And I really do associate my early experiences of Kristeva and with this kind of experience of irreverent and playful thinking and writing. And by that, I mean the ways that her texts kind of cut across literary, poetic, artistic, theoretical forms, the ways that she pushes on and reimagines and rethinks the resources of psychoanalysis in order to grapple with the kinds of questions that she wanted to grapple with, the way that she attends to the messiness of all of those questions, doesn't try to reduce or contain that messiness. I think earlier, Fanny was talking about the multi-dimensionality. I often go to the term messy when I'm trying to talk about that. All of that was really impactful on me, for me, to have that encounter early in my training in philosophy, to see in her writing kind of journeying through questions and pulling together the insights and resources and inspirations that she wanted and working with them. And then also just to see that in Kelly's writing as well, and the ways that Kelly drew on Kristeva. I see a lot of the kind of influence of Kristeva's irreverence and playfulness in her writing, and in even other folks on this panel in the way that they've, I guess the previous speaker was just talking about risk and daring, and this is part of what I'm pointing to here too as irreverence. I found that so inspiring. It was a modeling that I needed at the time and that I still tap into to reconnect to why I am doing this philosophy thing. So yeah, I feel like that those early experiences reading Kristeva as a graduate student and experiencing that irreverence were just really impactful on me early on. And it's to some extent shaped some of my engagement with her work. I've had this tendency to think about Kristeva in relationship to other writers that maybe she hadn't as engaged with, like I wrote my dissertation on Foucault and Kristeva and Agamben, putting them in conversation and kind of playing around with the possibilities there. Currently thinking about some of her work in relationship to trans philosophy. And it's just, I think, exciting to take some of that irreverence and bring it back to my reading and writing experiences. I've always been drawn, especially to her writings on revolt, and the edited volume that Rebecca and I put together on her intimate politics of revolt is a reflection of just how much rich possibility I see in that area of her writing. So much of my other work is Foucauldian generally, in thinking about these really kind of broad frames of political problems. And I find the kind of the resources that she introduces through the notion of intimate politics or psychic intimate revolt to be really provocative for connecting those broader political problems to more personal and everyday struggles and challenges. So yeah, that's I think a broad way that I would describe her impact on me as a philosopher. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sara. So the last panelist today is a psychoanalyst, and it's Rachel Boye-Wadowski. And Rachel is a psychoanalyst at the Institute for Psychoanalytic Training and Research in New York, who has worked with Julia Kristeva. She is the author of many books and articles on literary criticism, and again, many of them engaging with the writings of Julia Kristeva. And so I think it's going to be really interesting to hear, Rachel, about the impact of Julia Kristeva's work on a practicing analyst. And I invite you to talk about the influence of Julia Kristeva's writings on your own work and your own thinking, and especially your own practice.
Well, thank you, Kelly, and all the organizers of this very rich and collective discussion that brings us all together on someone and who we have read and a lot and whom we like. And I take the opportunity to say bonjour, Julia. So I will try to describe the role of Julia Kristeva's work in my intellectual development and professional life. And her work, the first thing I could say is that it has been decisive in many aspects of these two paths in my life. So first, I would talk about Kristeva as being my thesis director at the University of Paris Diderot when I was doing research for a PhD on the literary forms of pre-linguistic perceptions in the work of Nathalie Sarraute. And Julia Kristeva was a real thesis director. And what I mean by that is that she was ahead of me in her understanding of my own research. She made me understand that the formalism and the structuralism of literary criticism of the time would not help me much to grasp the literary forms of the pre-verbal already in Nathalie Sarraute's language. Not only did Kristeva Julia introduce me to her theory of the semiotic, but she opened other spaces for thinking by advising me to read phenomenological philosophy of language, Husserl, Merleau-Ponty, and already orienting me to a psychoanalytic approach of language by recommending me to read Hannah Siegel. So that was revolutionary for me to read these authors, and what I learned from these readings under Julia Kristeva's guidance is that language cannot be reduced, and the literary form cannot be reduced to a form and a meaning linked arbitrarily. And because for these authors, language is an intentional opening to the world. So it was clear that by her advice, I mean, she opened, a lot of people talked about how she opens ways of thinking. She really liberated me, I would say, from the rigidity of the formal studies of literary criticism in France at the time. So years later, I became a psychoanalyst, and and in my years of training in the United States, Kristeva's psychoanalytic perspectives helped me to maintain a personal and a professional cohesiveness between different psychoanalytic models in America and in France. And it's not the place to develop on this, but I would just say that in my years of training as an analyst, it felt that a theory of representation was missing, and that the role of language, of symbolization, the role of dreams, of fantasies in the so-called talking cure was not the main focus in the United States. So in that context of missing something in my training, it seemed to me that Tales of Love, Black Sun, The New Maladies of the Soul were presenting through clinical examples, art and literature, a pre-psychic theory of representation that I felt I was missing in order to understand my analysis. So with these books in particular, but also with her theorization of the semiotic and the maternal reliance, Julia Kristeva brought to psychoanalysis, and to me, a different perspective on language than Lacan, who considered language as an external representative grid of the whole mental apparatus. So additionally to that contribution of Julia Kristeva's perspective in psychoanalysis, the pre-Oedipal theory that the experience of the maternal reliance is providing is an addition according to my views, is an addition to the Freudian classical model, which contributes to redefine language and culture on a feminine foundation. And, paraphrasing Roland Barthes, I mean, she is changing the order of things in many aspects of her work and her studies, and it's been explained today in different ways, but certainly in psychoanalysis. The other point I would like to highlight about Kristeva's contribution to contemporary psychoanalysis and to my training at a time where feminism and gender studies were and still are questioning the relevance of the Freudian theory. Kristeva's theorization of a periodical experience, the mother and child dyad, is work through the maternal reliance, allows a process of individuation, of birth of the subject that transcends sexual and gender classifications. And I think it's again, she's opening ways to think with those concepts, but not necessarily to be, I would say, prisoners of them. And because the maternal is at the crossroads of biology and culture, maternal is heterogeneous, and as such, it's always transformative. So we can't think only within a concept, and Kristeva helps us to constantly use them and open them to other ways. And I believe that her approach on the maternal can offer a way to think beyond the metaphysical dichotomies of body and mind that are today reenacted in different terms, such as essentialism, social construct, gender classifications. So that's a great contribution in the field of psychoanalysis, but also in the field of gender studies, feminism. And I can only be grateful to have met Julia Kristeva to help me to continue thinking. She is, in a way, an internal object for me, to use a psychoanalytic term, or a fetish, as Samuel Dock was talking about in his interview. So I would just conclude by saying that I'm very privileged. I feel privileged to have met Julia Kristeva in my life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are coming to the end of the panel. I think that, Rachel, that's just beautiful. I think all of us also share and echo feeling privileged by the engagement with Julia Kristeva's writings and Julia Kristeva herself, and the way that her writings always challenge, they're always on the avant-garde. I think what we've heard from a lot of people is not only is the work highly original in terms of introducing concepts of maternity and the pre-Oedipal and the semiotic, and thinking about the strangers that we are to ourselves, of the intimate revolt, of the feminine genius, of also the importance of thinking of hatred when talking about ethics, the importance of taking religious and religious fundamentalism seriously. In her work on disability, discussion of democracy and proximity, I think that she's speaking to a future. She's speaking to a future, maybe the future of what she also calls a new humanism. But also, I think what we've heard today, she's spoken to each of us individually, each of us on a very personal level, that has allowed us to continue to write and to read and to work in our fields, in our disciplines, in this world, in a way that gives, I think, also a sense of meaning and purpose, and I guess a kind of positivity, even though I know that Julia Kristeva has called herself an energetic pessimist. But I think that energy is what comes through, and we feel energized too by the writings. And we are going to be very lucky and privileged now to hear from Julia Kristeva herself in a conversation with François Noudelmann. And I'm so looking forward to, and I hope that we might hear, I was hoping we had more time, but we don't have more time to talk about ways that we might think about Julia Kristeva's writings to help us think about the future, concepts like democracy of proximity in a time when we don't have physical proximity, and yet the importance of that affective proximity that she really gets at in the work on disability. But I now must turn over the screen, I guess, back to François, who will now talk to Julia about many of these issues. But again, just for all of us and all the panelists, thank you, Julia. Thank you for your writings and the way that they have affected us all, I think intellectually, but also on a very personal level that have allowed us to continue to work and write. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you to all participants. And that's great to see that after 3 hours of discussions, there are, well, hundreds of attendees. So that's great. So it's time for a conversation with Julia now. During the next half hour, I will ask 5 questions, each with a secondary question, which you will answer, Julia, only if you feel like it. And you may use a wild card. So my first question, the fabulous book dedicated to your work has been published in the series, The Library of Living Philosophers. So when critics try to define you, they always hesitate between psychoanalyst, semiotician, writer, philosopher. Of course, you are all these definitions and more, but could you say something about your identification with or your relationship to philosophy? Even if there is not a single definition of philosophy, could you say what role it has played through major or minor philosophical references in your thinking? And my secondary question will be that there are not many women in philosophy. So does being a woman philosopher imply adopting a phallic writing?
Yes, thank you very much, François. But I'll answer this enormous questions and very actual, of course. But let me, before answering them, let me thank you very much for receiving us by Zoom in this beautiful Maison Française that I have known now for half a century, and which you managed with great tact and energy. And I would like also to thank all of those who have spoken this last 3 hours, maybe even more, because your words were discussing my work with proximity and a sense of depth, some people said, but for me, they were carrying my research forward. And this fills me with great emotion and gratitude. This has been a true experience of thinking with, which many people said that sadly lacks in the anthropological acceleration imposed by today's digital age, and even more so by the pandemic, where we don't know how to think about death, about anger, about hate, and about creation, also about thinking particularly. So as we already mentioned, and not mentioned maybe, but noticed, my English is far from being perfect. And although I found excellent the idea of Kelly and Alice to make this Zoom conversational. When you gave me some tendencies, some aspects of what you wanted to submit to our dialogue today, dear François, I took some notes in order to avoid swimming and sinking in my broken English and Globish. And so I'll, if you allow me, refer to my notes in order to give me what I think to owe you, that is some more precision about my actual preoccupations and works. But before this, I would like again to thank the authors of the two books that brings us together today. First, somebody, Kelly mentioned her, but she was unable to be with us. I mean, Sara Beardsworth. I was impressed by the extraordinary intelligence, precision, and perseverance of the editor. And she's a philosopher, a writer, but she was the editor that worked years on this volume of 800 pages in the prestigious Library of Living Philosophers series, in which we have 36 authors participating. Only 20 of them are here, but maybe others will send podcasts, and we are a sort of bouquet of philosophers, linguists, sociologists, anthropologists, without forgetting some eminent figures in the arts and letters. Somebody mentioned Kapoor, Anish Kapoor, and politics as well, Danny Cohn-Bendit, for instance. All those contributions, all those thoughts, be they praise or criticism, honor me and intimidate me. And when I was listening this afternoon about them, I thought also not only that I was intimidated, but that they compelled me and that asked me to go beyond, more closer to you and more in contact with the actual crisis. And I cannot continue if I don't say some words about my great emotion provoked by this patient and vigilant intellectual biography written by Alice, At the Risk of Thinking. You really moved me, dear Alice, and I cannot thank you better for this real traveling that we made me revisit with so great finesse and lucidity, with all my life and my research, my loves, my experience of modernity, the motherhood. I can think to thank you in a better way than to reveal one of the intimate sides of our friendship, to reveal it to our friends here present, namely how you taught David Joyeux, my son with Philippe Solers, to sing, how to sing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Stars. And this was during the semester that I have permanently, it's called Permanent Visiting Professor at Columbia, and where you were my assistant at the time. Professor Michael Rifater and Léon Roudier edited the prestigious department. And of course, there was the faithful and really very strong presence of Columbia University Press, run by Jennifer Crew, along with Larry Kritzman and his collection, European Perspectives. It's thanks to them that my writing has been translated into English and has become internationally accessible, which has made it possible for us to meet today. So you taught David Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, and your book ends with a poem of David called L'écriture. So thank you very much. It is an example that presents how the closeness that you have with me is also a sort of, how to say, sort of force that gives you a distance and a capacity to analyze what you have done and your interpretation with lucidity and sometimes a sort of distance which is necessary for the biography. You talk about that in your presentation in your book. Now, to come back to your question, dear François, I very much enjoyed reading your latest book, Un tout autre Sartre, where you, I would like to recommend it because you make a portrait of Sartre as a queer Sartre. This is very modern, but very lucid too. You have generously welcomed me to France Culture. We have often crossed paths at bookstores, at the launch of our books. And I can say that no matter how different our trajectory may be, we are bound by what you call in some of your books an authentic affinity. And the Zoom is further confirmation of that. Now, what about my kind of philosophy? I'm not a certified professional philosopher. I still keep my student notebooks in French philology at the University of Sofia, into which I studiously copied pages upon pages from Voltaire, from Diderot, from Rousseau, because the French Enlightenment convinced me that philosophy is inseparable from this unveiling of language and imagination that we call literature. The famous dialectical materialism that we were taught did not stop with Marx's Capital and Lenin's philosophical notebooks. I also read Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit. It was mentioned today in our discussion. And I continued to deepen my knowledge in his work. In writing my thesis, Revolution in Poetic Language, which highlights a phrase from Phenomenology of Spirit. I'll quote it again, because you can see how he gets through all my work. The quotation is the following: what therefore is important in the study of science is that one should take on oneself the strenuous effort of notion. One should take on oneself the strenuous effort of the notion. But it was not so much philosophy than psychoanalysis who was to teach me that the strenuous effort of the notion is carried by the conscious and unconscious of the psychosexual investment. Investment is catexis in English, and from the linguistic point of view, the etymology of investment is the Sanskrit root credo, that gives credit, financial credit, but the credo in the sense of belief. I understand when I'm speaking of belief, of the investment of language and the other. And this investment is something that Hegel said as to take on oneself, but we cannot do this without the conscious and unconscious endeavor. I discovered Husserl in France. My Revolution of Poetic Language bears witness on this, and I discuss him as I develop my notions of semiotic and symbolic. And Marian Hobson examines this in her study that she devoted to my research in the Library of Living Philosophers volume. I didn't know Freud in Bulgaria. While rummaging through the family library, my sister discovered that my father had hidden at the very top, in the last row of the last shelf, up against the wall, the Bulgarian translation of Freud's The Introduction of Psychoanalysis, translated into Bulgarian. Reading it was at that time at risk of becoming the enemy of the people. So I discovered Freud from Lacan's seminar, led there by Philippe Solers. And it was also Solers who got me to read Nietzsche. This path was to lead me necessarily to the dismantling of ontology, at first closer to the transvaluation of values, according to Nietzsche's Umwertung aller Werte, and above all, to the wake of the late Heidegger, Robert mentioned some minutes ago, the late Heidegger to what, and more exactly to what Heidegger calls Verwindung, which translates as winning back or getting over. Attending to Freud's free association and transference, but also to literature, the interpretation, in my sense, the interpretation I am trying to construct is not an hermeneutic. I seek to make inner experience heard in the sense of Georges Bataille, that is to say, an appropriation of life until death, appropriation of life until death. And this resonates with the remarks of Noelle about the lost, the tragedy in the life. Inner experience is an appropriation of life until death, and Bataille continues, opposing to the withdrawal into oneself, into identity and into limits. So crossing oneself, crossing identity, crossing limits. Could this be what the Jewish Kabbalah calls teshuvah, the winning back or refounding the being? Now, I continue a little bit in order to sketch my philosophical roots. The Bahnung, or in German, which is translated, I think, by spawning the thought, understood as internal, as inner experience, is inseparable, therefore, from writing, in the sense that writing absorbs the imaginary and implies transference. So when I say this, that my hermeneutic is inner experience as appropriation of life until death, we have to understand my neologisms, for instance, intersexuality, abjection, reliance, and so on, not as subtitles of abstraction that pre-exist to them, but as invitation that I address to those that read me, as an invitation to participate in the gestation of the idea, in the gestation of idea through what I call the flesh of words, la chair des mots, which is drives, affects, sensations, emotions. Of course, my early theoretical writings were more speculative, but following on my psychosexual maturation and with psychoanalysis, my way of thinking now cohabits more explicitly with literary writing. Academic exposition gives way to the essay, while psychoanalytical theorizing is supported by clinical vignettes, where the words of analysant and of the analyst neither judge nor calculate, but merely transform. The notion of transformation has been stressed in the intervention this morning. And this transformation, which is not judging on calculation, is what Freud finds in dreams. No, your secondary question was about phallic writing. Now, what do you call phallic writing? One that legislates, orders, sanctions, kind of pure symbolic, guaranteeing structure and truth. According to what I try to explain as being my writing as inner experience, affronting death and life and life until death, writing as experience, winning back as Teshova, as a refundation, is, to say the least, bisexual. It runs structuring and polyphonic, a crossing of borders, identities, and genders. The feminine of the man and the feminine of the woman participate and reveal themselves in it, but subordinated to a single refounding objective that I have, a single refounding objective that gathers my belonging to this plurality of sexual experiences. This refounding objection is singularity. I use this notion of singularity in the sense of the 13th century philosophers Duns Scott brought to light by Hannah Arendt. He discovered him in Heidegger seminar. Singularity of the ekcheitas, this in the sense of the demonstrative pronoun, this man here, that woman here. In this regards, I would like to quote the conclusion from my trilogy, Female Genius, in order to place very shortly and in a more quick way my conception of this sexual revolution that we're living through the transvaluation of identity and sexual identity. What the conclusion of this book is the following: each subject invents in his intimacy a specific sex. Let us call singular. Thought or thinking, in my sense as inner experience, when they exist, makes this singular particularity, this singularity shareable. I'll stop here because you have another questions that we to go further.
Yes, by I was referring to the desire of control, the abstraction, and but let's go to the second question. So looking back on your work, we are all very impressed by your power of thought. You have, in every theoretical field, in every kind of writing, invested maximum intensity. You go all the way methodically, whether in language theory, in psychoanalytical interpretation, in the biographical, in the understanding of a personality or a work of art. So my question is, what libido sustains your endless desire to think, write, and communicate? What is your engine, your fuel? And the secondary question, what determines your choice to write a theoretical essay or rather a novel?
Then the first, my energy, my fuel. What is my energy? What is my fuel? Maybe the fact that I don't recognize myself in this Kristeva you have just sketched in general lines, you and many of the friends and the participants in our Zoom today. I don't see myself in the image or the phenomena because I travel myself within it. But you can rephrase your question and ask me, why do you travel within yourself? Now we have, where all of us are engaged and involved in the so-called evidence-based medicine, which explains everything by big data. Those people would perhaps find that I have a highly sensitive brain, because I'm speaking about emotion under the notion and so on. Freudian psychoanalysts would look towards the intensity of the drives and the capacity for sublimation thanks to a successful Oedipus complex with a double integration of paternal and maternal poles. And the two books that brings us together, my biography in conversation with Samuel Dock and the biography of Alice Usil, also mention these interminable family discussions in which I fought my father's Orthodox faith, armed by my mother's Darwinism. But my father was angry. At the same time, he maintained that the books are the only value and that there is no other way to emerge. He said, he used to say, we have to emerge from the bowels of hell. He pretended that he was quoting from the Gospels, referring to our native Bulgaria. There is so no other way to emerge from the bowels of hell than to learn foreign languages. Communist education also participates to this energy, to this fuel. And I'll say why, because this education was severe, but solid. And I was lucky enough to be a teenager during what is called the thaw. The thaw, this is the de-Stalinization, le dégel. I had also another good fortune. France, which welcomed me with a scholarship, and were not so many foreigners at that time. Now French are afraid by the flux of foreigners, but at that time French were open to foreign students. Marian was and me there, and we are people from different parts of Europe, very, very small, 2 or 3 only for Eastern Europe. But I didn't experience any prejudice, be it xenophobic or anti-feminist, at the École des Hautes Études, the University of La Sorbonne, and also in the Saint-Germain-des-Prés, where I joined Philippe Solers and the Tel Quel group. This hospitality has not spared me the rubs of French nationalism. And we mentioned in the previous hours my book, Étrangers à nous-mêmes, that bears witness to my experience of the foreigner. Et l'étrangère is the title of the now famous article Barthes wrote on me. But I'm convinced that the Enlightenment spirit deeply inhabits the thinking of the French. And I'm betting on this perpetual political debate which characterizes French political life, all things considered, and leaves room for the foreigners that I am and the foreigners that I will remain. I know that I'm not integrated into French society, and I feel this. I said that the rubs of French nationalism cannot spare for me. The proof, this Zoom is impossible in France. It is hosted in La Maison Française, but of New York. Proof, if any, that I'm deeply cosmopolitan. I travel with myself, but with you that are from New Zealand, from Cyprus, from England, from the United States, and so on. In the context of the pandemic, I call myself a survivor, not in the morbid sense of the term, but in the sense of Freud called the eternal eros. He ends the civilization of discontent, afraid by the coming of Nazism, but he bet on the eros that will be able to put away, to triumph over Thanatos. To put it in another way, in order to refer to my energy and my fuel that you said in your question, this journey of mine, this je me voyage, including exile, is supported by a sort of erotization of thought. I'm not sure that the classical philosophy erotized the thinking. Dare I say that thought, thus understood as the flesh of words, is a part of my sexual organs. But I think that it is. Thinking is a part of my sexuality. Now, the novels. It's a nocturnal variation of thoughts, what I call an à-pensée with a privative A, as we so apolitical, a way of bypassing binary thinking. Metaphysical, theoretical, psychoanalytical preoccupations at that position, the nocturnal experience fade in the face of the dreamlike hallucinatory influx of senses, sensations, and emotion. The narrative resorbs the concepts that are never very far away. After Les Samurai, and David Uhrig and Samuel Dock discuss about this in their conversation. After Samurais, I wrote a series of metaphysical detective stories, as I call them, which take the gamble of detecting where radical evil comes from. So the preoccupation of the radical evil in the nocturnal situation is something very invasive and emotionally hard, which is killing and murder. On the other hand, The Enchanted Clock, another novel set in Versailles and also in contemporary astrophysics, the main character there is time. So you have how ethical and ontological problems can be involved in a more sensitive laboratory.
Thank you. You have moved around intellectually a lot, unlike thinkers who spend their whole lives on single concepts and write variation on it. You look like a migrant who moves through identities, thoughts, and writings, even though we recognize your touch, the Kristeva's touch. When you think back to the early years, we were talking about this period today, the 1970s, marked by hyper theory, the Telkel years, which some people are violently rejecting today. How do you look at these beginnings? With nostalgia, with irony, with pride? And my secondary question would be, even if it's much too early, do you care about your intellectual legacy?
Well, you're right. In the 70s, I led the foundation, if I can say this, for what I call the transvaluation or refundation or winning back that was necessary to follow until psychoanalysis. Because when you continue the metaphysical, philosophical way, even dismantling it, you can reach the impossibility to share this with the going on phenomena in the political sphere. And psychoanalysis what helped me to make the bridge between this transvaluation, winning back, refoundation, metaphysics, and the unbearable, mortifying, but also jouissance giving crisis of the actuality. So, like all advances that revolt against conformism and stereotypes, and I consider this path as a revolt against conformism and stereotypes. It's what Telkel and all this event of dismantling philosophy represent. Like all such kind of advances, this research, be it theoretical or literary, is susceptible to take hermetic or jargonized forms that are criticized today, I suppose, or on the contrary, to be enclosed in politically correct ideologies that we can criticize today, that I criticize today. Nevertheless, I think that the epistemological necessity of transvaluation and refundation calls to us today as we face the collapse of radicalization of ideologies. And it has been pointed by some participants today, Miglena Nikolchina and also Robert. We cross this radicalization, the collapse or radicalization of ideologies, and find out political systems reduced to statistic management and to calculation thinking. So our attempt to continue to transvaluate and refound not only the social contract, which will be the consequence of this, but the way of thinking, encompassing in it what is being called religion from one hand, on the imaginary or aesthetic in the other, is something a path to continue. The media's ongoing spectacle and digital technology, which at the same time flattens, standardize, and fragment, rejects this questioning thought. And some of us feel very alone and isolated in this modern culture that ignores it. But the approach I'm talking about nevertheless manages to break through the lockdown of thought, which is worsening in this time of pandemic. I'll give you an example of what makes me optimistic pessimist. So to say it in another way, that this transvaluation, refoundation can break the lockdown of thought by the ongoing spectacle of the medium. I have had to innovate and deepen my conception of psychoanalysis in order to accompany the inner experience of my patients in pandemic suffering, whether the session be in person or remote. And in changing my way to hear and to interpret their trauma, the unspeakable trauma, and even the central phobic nucleus, we can find working through and revive the psychic space of analysis. I would like to refer you to my position in the debate held at the initiative of IPA and post it on my site under the title Psychoanalysis is a Struggle for Life. And we can see in a more technical way how this crossroad between the literature, say the imaginary, sensation, perception, dreaming from the one hand, and the courage and attempt of continuing transvaluation of values and identities can help to understand the crisis and the confrontation of the unspeakable death drive and the fact of death even, that is our culture cannot cross instead by some measures that are inefficient. And everybody sees that we need another approach to this human distress. Now, you are speaking of my intellectual legacy. I don't have one, not really. Of course, I'm drawing up a will for my son and my copyrights. But as far as my thinking is concerned, let's keep it keeping it open in the space of transvaluation and refoundation, and imaginary too.
Okay, but all the participants today, I'm sure that your legacy is already in good hands. So the debates on feminism are again very active and involve generational conflicts today. Is your own reflection, both psychoanalytical and feminist, revived by the current demands for new rights or by the communitarian conflicts over feminism considered too white or too Western? And my second question, secondary, how do you analyze the increasing public interest in sexual transition? What does it reveal about gender representation? Is it a symptom of social change? Does it challenge the heteronormal standards of psychoanalysis?
First, let me remember that some of the authors of the LLP volume have already echoed some points that you mentioned. Criticism made concerning my interest in the philosophy of the Enlightenment, for instance, or my attachment to Europe, or my supposed white or essentialist feminism. I think that I respond to these suspicions or even attacks with a maximum of details and sincerity in the book itself. I thus refer you to my opening of the 51st IPA Congress held in London in June 2019, entitled Prelude for Ethics of the Feminine, which is on my site too, where I take on the impossible mission of defining what the feminine is, saying that the feminine is the Higgs boson of the unconscious. Why? Because just as the Higgs boson is intraceable, but is indispensable to the existence of matter, so is the feminine to the existence of psychic life. And I develop why the feminine is transformative. While I was writing this text, Miglena Nikolchina, who made the very emotional and angry, in a sense, contribution, she ended her contribution to the LLP volume by arguing that Kristeva is a thinker of change. How am I a thinker of change? I argue, along with Tocqueville and Arendt, that something happened in Europe and nowhere else. We cut ties with religious tradition. Not to deny it, although alas, some people do it, and I fight them on it, but to question identities and values. And so doing, endorse the risk of freedom. This was also a question that has been addressed this 3 hours before. But when I say freedom is freedom for women, for men, from children, for slaves, for oppressed, for disabled, whatever these identities and values are, and wherever they come from, those of the East, of the West, those of the Bible, of the Gospel, of Quran, of Taoism, of Confucianism, Buddhism, humanism, feminism, or LGBT, all those identities and struggles and values can be put in question. This permanent desacralization of the sacred. We know that the sacred exists, but we are in position of continuing the Greco-Jewish Christian tradition to transvaluate, to refound it, without taboo. In this spirit, I don't accept that post-colonialism should become an angry face-to-face between executioners from the one part and victims from the other, guilt and revenge. There is no remedy for the identity clashes that shakes democracies today. I mean, this binary war between women and men, whites and blacks, radicalized sovereignism of both sides. We have sovereign leftists, sovereign rightists, sovereign Europeans, sovereign anti-Europeans, and so on. We can escape this without the slow and indispensable process of transvaluation and winning back of identities and values. We must undertake and continue this process without respite at school, at university, in the media, on social networks, in families, the association, in politics. And I hope that with a kind of Zoom like the one we have today, we can widespread this position of the necessity to put on question every identity, be it victim or executioner, be it men and women, be it European or colonial. All of us has to question its own identity and pretensions. And I have the impression that when I was listening to you this morning, the contribution like those of Robert Harvey, Elaine Miller, Cecilia, Maria, Ewa Ziarek, Fanny, Rachel, Noelle, I cannot name all of them, bear witness to this desire and pleasure to continue this. I don't call it deconstruction because when I'm saying that some diabolized this notion and think that we are sort of anarchists that destruct society and any kind of social link. So I prefer to recall our work by the notions like refoundation or winning back. I should add, in order to give an example for a real example in reality of such kind of behavior, my seminar on the need to believe developed from my work with the staff of the Cochin hospitals à la Maison des Adolescents, where we deal with teenagers brainwashed into jihad and others whose need to believe devastates them to the point of suicide, vandalism, and anorexia. I recall this in response to those who accuse me of sharing some supposed French colonial obsession with Islam. This obsession maybe exists in some classes and groups of French society, but faced with political Islam, I have the impression that France is not retrograde. France is ahead in its awareness of radicalization because we try, some of us, to question the roots, the origins of these radicalizations, the conditions, but also the challenges for everybody of this. As for Europe, I'm proud to be a part of it because maybe I come from the East, because I was a leftist, and because I think that we have to try to address every kind of anger and desire to survive in the nowadays situation. Despite of its weaknesses, even its possible disintegration, Europe, for me, is not yet done it. But without Europe, multilateralism risks tumbling into a mayhem. And since one is never more Europe than when one laughs at Europe, I will refer you to Daniel Cohn-Bendit's text in the LLP volume. After a very serious analysis of my Europeanism, he points out, tongue-in-cheek, as you say, that we are both followers of Europe, of football. We are European footballists, he says. And I'll add another joke in a similar vein. There are Bulgarian semioticians that invented a cosmopolitan soccer team, and are all soccer teams worldwide, in which I am the only woman. And the participants of this team are Cristiano Ronaldo, but also Thomas Sibiok, the American semiotician, Umberto Eco, and of course the founder of semiology in the ancient Greece, Thales of Malay. Now, I will not escape your question about sexual tradition that you mentioned, but only two remarks. I think the problem is heterosexuality. Will the two sexes die each on its own? Les deux sexes vont mourir chacun de son côté. This was a quotation from Alfred de Vigny, repeated by Marcel Proust. This is the question for the ongoing democratic crisis. The heterosexuality is something that also I try to examine more profoundly and patiently in a paper called Metamorphosis of Parenthood, and it is on my side, where I rising also the problem of reconstitute families. They go together. Where is the father gone? I end with the metaphor by evoking Jackson Pollock's painting, which bear the title One. But this is a title, of course, a reference to the unity of the creator, of the father, of the authority. But the picture itself, there is no image, no identifiable representational image, only dripping. The dripping, which is expression of oneness, multiple oneness. It is important to accompany in this context, in this comprehension of unity and multiplicity, it is important to accompany each family project, adoption, filiation, with personalized attention on a case by case. I coming back again, my notion of singularity, of thisness, this man, this woman, the unity of our sex, which is our genius and our creation. Is it something that has always been the fact? Maybe, but no, that is more important to be attentive to this now than before.
Thank you, Julia. I would love to see this football team, and I'm wondering what's your place in it.
I'm in the attack,
Okay.
in the place of Ronaldo.
Okay, good. So my last and final question, what does, because we are, well, I was struck by the fact that, well, it would have been impossible to organize such an event in France, and we are in France, in La Maison Française, but in New York. So I would like to know what's your relationship to the United States. What does the United States mean to you? From the beginning, you have been welcome here like a rock star. And have you ever thought about moving here? What do you like about the United States? Because you say that you're strongly European. So what do you like about the United States, and what don't you like? And my secondary question and last question, more generally, what surprised you today? What surprises you?
Thank you for this last question. I'm sorry to be very long, but as I said, I had some ethical feeling to have to give you some statements about what I'm thinking today and how I approach the old age in which I'll continue, I suppose, some years to live more. So it was maybe very long, but I'll try to be short in answering this last question. I have often thought about moving in the United States, or rather to Canada, because French is the language I live and think in, especially in times when a sovereignist ideology has led sway in France. But the language and my family in particular irrevocably attached me to the France. And certainly because I believe in what I call its openness to the multiverse. France is not a universe. It's open with its history and his enlightenment and its debates to the multiverse. However, the United States remain my horizon. And I'm happy for you that you can work there on the crossroad between these two cultures. I share Hannah Arendt's diagnosis about the US. If I can paraphrase her, from the one hand, extraordinary political freedom, and from the other, heavy social obstacles. The result is the recent cracks in democracy, but also the resistance of legal foundations. Multilateralism will need both the economic and libertarian power of American democracy and its exemplary educational system. And there are a lot of cracks in the democracy and the educational system in France today, in America too, but the tradition is stronger, seems to me, and you have the economical grounds in order to empower this American democracy and to continue to build the exemplary educational system, I hope. At the same time, by balancing the US alliance with Europe, we could negotiate, we have to negotiate with the appetites of the Chinese giant from a position of strength and address the immensity of this culture. Beyond politics and economics, when I say this, I'm talking more profoundly about addressing the conception of the individual and the social bond and the notion of freedom that the conflict of civilizations put to test, and the rise of China too. Now, what surprises me, you can imagine that the immeasurable destructiveness of the speaking being that we are does not surprise us, the psychoanalysts who see this on the couch every day and every minute. We are extraordinary, crazy being that speaks and have unlimited imagination and think, but also immeasurable destructiveness. I know that we are destroying the planet, and I'm not surprised that the most panicked are preparing to plant skyscrapers on the Mars, on the planet, another one. In the meantime, we would better vaccinate all Earthlings against COVID-19 and its cousins who will surely show up. What surprises me, in the sense that surprise is the wellspring of philosophy, and we keep me back to my notion of philosophy. If surprise is the wellspring of philosophy, as far as I'm concerned, philosophy arises joy, grace, and serenity. And in this sense, what surprises me is the capacity of women and men to survive. And I see this happens with my analysis. To survive, to bounce back, to refound themselves, and to start anew. I decided to have inscribed on my tombstone on the rare island a sentence by Colette. She writes, "Rebirth has never been above my strength."
That's beautiful. Thank you so much, Julia. Thank you.
I thank you to you and to the French house in New York, and to all those friends that were with us, and maybe to those who will join us on YouTube and the postcards, etc. Thank you again.
We already exceeded the time limit, but we
still have some followers.
Yes, yes, many. Yeah, still hundreds, but would you agree to respond to some questions during 15 minutes as we planned? Yes. Okay, so I love this term, the flesh of the words. Can you talk about how the flesh of the world might manifest in the cinematic? Many thanks, your work has been inspirational. We met at the University of Leeds in 1995. It's a question from Aaron Kellner. So could you say something about the flesh of the world in cinematic?
Well, I'm very narrow linguistic, how to say, a researcher, and in the cinema is less easy for me to make suggestions, but it's a question maybe of montage and also the participation of a sort of harmony to reinvent between speech and image. This is the big challenge, I think, of this culture of movies and everything that is that passes through the image. The iconic society and the society of language, the hypnotic aspect of image can be very interesting, but it can be very toxic too. And the participation of words, poetic words, philosophical also too, but in a quite selected way through the visual. It's something to be reinvented as a new media or innovation of the spectacle, if I can say.
Quick question from Ying Zhang. I would like to know, to what extent did the trip to China in 1974 affect your academic interest to psychoanalysis? What does China mean to you? Not only the United States, but also China. What does China mean to you?
Thank you so much. I think I have talked about that in some answers in the LLP book. The China visit was a very important moment in my life because we went there, maybe not so much me, but the other members of the group, with the hope to find a new form of socialist democracy. The socialism in Europe being the socialism of the Communist Party, of the socialist parties, or what remained from the 68 leftist groups. And we are interested by maybe a possibility to invent a form of social pact on the basis of a European tradition, Taoism, Confucianism from one part, not so only language but writing, and necessity to construct a social pact, which will not be the one we know from the European culture. And we were very delighted to see that it was not the fact, because the critics addressed by Chinese to the Russians, for instance, were the repetition of Stalinism. And at the same time, there were camps with extermination of dissidents and so on. And that I resigned from politics. I decided not to participate to any directly political events or involvements, and to adhere to the minor spaces, the micro space of the macro cure, which is psychoanalysis. And this is the one aspect of my work that followed from this visit. And the other one was the fact they were impressed by Chinese mothers. The connection between the mother and the child in this society, besides the political background, going back to different cultural traditions through history, opened me the space of the importance to analyze, develop, and enrich this dimension, which was in a sense lacking beyond some new developments of Freudism by Klein or Winnicott. It was something lacking to our Western conception of humanity. Now, my connection with China is to be in touch with Chinese researchers from the University of Fudan in Shanghai, and I hope will continue to do this. I'm surprised by the fact to notice how young students from China follow with interest and deep involvement and innovation the publications, the things that they find on internet, follow our research, and put a very interesting question that puts me beyond my own limits.
Dear Professor Kristeva, a question from Joseph Gabor. Being a theologian, how could you describe Pope Francis' position? Is it a good framing to see him as he's speaking a poetic language in order to correct many aspects of our collective symbolic? He seems to me operating in a borderline situation in many sense. Perhaps it's a parallel effort of your discourse to reground tradition.
I was a little bit involved in a project by the Pope before François, Benoît XVI, which was called Le Parvis des Gentils, which seems to be a sort of opening of the church to the people that don't believe. Le Parvis, je ne sais pas comment on dit ça en anglais, which is en dehors de l'église, and where the carnival develops and the players, etc. So that they wanted to make some exchanges of views and positions in order to gather humanists and believers in the resistance to the tendencies to war and destructiveness of the earth and the social pacts, etc. And the Pope François, I think, doesn't trust Europe. He thinks that Europe is no more Catholic or no more Christian, and he is very much, well, this is an opinion, and maybe he's right. And he puts the accent of his immense work, mission, into what's called the third world, Asia, Africa, and these last days, the Middle East. And he's making an important, incommensurable work of politicians when being in the last days in the places where the jihad had made severe damages and brought death for everybody. And cannot be impressed and very thankful for such kind of behavior. I think there is no European or American or whatever political leader capable to this kind of humanist work and attempt to gather people against the threat of war and destruction of the planet. I would like that he will be less pessimistic to in connection with Europe, but maybe he will change his mind when he knows people like those who participate in our Zoom.
Julia, last question, because we are a bit tired. And I see Kelly would like to intervene. Just the last question, because that would allow us to speak about your most recent work. It's a question by Kamelia Spasova. I would like to ask about the figure of Dostoevsky. How you decide to return to his works nowadays after your early work on Bakhtin and Bakhtin's Dostoevsky?
Oh, it's a very big question, and I will have to be more shorten. I have to shorten my answer. I was impressed by Dostoevsky in my childhood, and I'll tell about this in my book on the. I abandoned him, and I explain in the book why. But I wrote the book. I began to write it because it was a request by the editor. And finally, I accepted without measuring the immense challenge that it represents. The idea was to make a small preface and to make an anthology. And I said, well, I'll do this very quickly. And when I began to read it again, to read Dostoevsky again in Russian, and also the last translation in French by André Markovitch, I was overwhelmed by an ocean, by a paradise and hell. He's in comment on appelle an ogre. He's devouring you. Nevertheless, I did this book. It lasted for 4 or 5 years, and now I'm going to widen it because I didn't address the theological aspect of Dostoevsky. I addressed only the literary one, the characters, the polyphony, the personage of women, men, but also some moral problems that are very actual. For instance, pedophilia, for instance, nihilism, for instance, the position of women, for instance, bisexuality, things like that, that I will develop. I just sketched them in this small book that is published by Buchet-Chastel, but will be maybe another one until the end of this year, because we're celebrating the 200th anniversary of Dostoevsky, and I will address something that belongs to my history and I neglected. It's the real religion of my father, who is an Orthodox, and the orthodoxy of Dostoevsky is very particular one, very intense, very seductive for some European thinkers, between them Camus, and existentialists, Shestov, Berdyaev, and so on. But I'll do this in a new way, and I hope that our attendee, Madame Spasova, will appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Julia. I will let Kelly and Alice giving the closing remarks.
I first have to thank them first, because they had a lot work to do before this evening, and they did it perfectly this night. Thank you very much, Kelly and Alice.
You got to unmute, Alice.
So, Kelly wanted to say something. Alice.
Sorry, I was just going to say thank you to everybody. I don't have any closing remarks in any formal way, but it's been quite a day, and it'll be interesting to re-listen to some of the parts of today's discussion, and it'll be on the Maison Française YouTube at some point very soon, so everybody can listen. Kelly, last word.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Julia. It's been a great, great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à tous et merci à François.
Thank you, Julia. Bye-bye.
Merci, François.